Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine, what is it, Tuesday, July 21st at 10:03 a.m.? This is the time I used to do my live streams, at least for some time. Little by little, I started going a little bit later because there was always something new to turn up in this bricks and minifigs situation. And I was really just trying to catch up. I was trying to catch up. I was trying to get my arms around the situation, but there was also always something new happening. And pretty much that's still the case today. So I'm not going to complain about it though, because actually it's a really good thing. Sometimes, in this line of work that I do, you'll go weeks and weeks without a story that really inspires you or that does inspire you but doesn't have a bunch of updates. And thankfully, this bricks and minifigs is just kind of the gift that keeps on giving, girl. I mean, the more you pull on one thread, it unravels a whole entire thing. You end up with another thread. So you might have noticed yesterday I did not come on live. I did not have a live show yesterday. I will be having two live shows today. You might have seen that in the pinned comment before I came on here. Today is day one of the David D4VD preliminary hearing. There is a preliminary hearing scheduled. It has been much, much talked about since the spring, pretty much, of this year. I'm not going to get too much into the details about the David hearing, but the day one of that starts today. It was being reported that it started yesterday. That's not true. It starts today. The issue with covering that during my regularly scheduled time of show is that they are over there on the West Coast. They're 3 hours behind. So the preliminary hearing actually isn't even going to start for another few hours. And then there's no cameras in there. I don't even think they're letting anybody like live tweet or anything from in there. So pretty much I don't anticipate that we're going to be getting a lot of updates on the David day one preliminary hearing. I don't think we're going to be getting a whole bunch of updates until probably this afternoon/evening Eastern time. So for that reason, I'm going to be going live later to talk about the David, the D4VD preliminary hearing. Put a one in the chat if you've been following me, at least since I covered that on my other channel, ThatSurpriseWitness. Okay, so I do want to do an update on day one, but again, like I said, I don't think we're really going to be getting any updates from out of the courtroom until several hours from now. So, like I said, you might have noticed yesterday I was not live. I did not have a live show yesterday, which is unusual for me on a Monday, but that is because I was up to here researching yesterday, okay? And the stuff I found, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to all of it. I should just say, I'm pretty certain I'm not going to be able to get to all of it. I looked into Josh Johnson. That was really what started my research off yesterday. I looked into Josh Johnson. I looked into Brandon Best. That's one thing that a lot of y'all have been asking about, and frankly, it's something I'm very interested in. What is the deal with Brandon Best? Who is the guy? Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? Brandon I. Joe or whatever. So I'm looking into him yesterday. I found a bunch of stuff. I did, obviously, like I said, it made me not able to actually go live yesterday. And I do think I'm going to be covering what I found yesterday for the next couple, possibly several days. So yeah, I got a busy day. Lined up today. I also have a dental procedure coming up later in the week that may, hopefully it won't, but it may, I'm just kind of like factoring in that it may put me out of commission for a day or so. Hopefully it won't, but we'll see. I hate going to the dentist. Oof, put a 2 in the chat if you do not like going to the dentist. Yeah, they do seem a little bit unhinged, don't they? And so that's one thing that a lot of y'all have been asking about. What's the deal with Brandon Best? Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Was he a mission partner? Is he 43? Is he 36? What's the deal with him? Who are his people? Why does it seem like he's so much richer than Josh? Like, why does it seem like he has so much more money? Girl, I'm not even going to sit here and act like I found everything there is to find on Brandon Best. In fact, and indeed, I can guarantee you I didn't find everything there is to find. But I found some stuff I really think y'all are going to think is interesting. I think y'all are going to think it's important. And I think that y'all are going to possibly faint when I show you some of the stuff that his in laws had done got into. Okay. So, if you're not familiar with the story, which, girl, I don't know how you could be in this live chat right now in this show at 10 o'clock in the morning if you're not familiar with the story already. But if you're not familiar with the story already, Brandon Best, kind of like Joshua Johnson, he wears a lot of hats in the story. He wears a lot of hats. He has a lot of jobs, titles. He has worked at a lot of places, but it's also kind of like Joshua Johnson. It's kind of difficult to find like what exactly is his, I don't know, area of expertise. I'm trying to be, like realistic here. Like we are living in a little bit of a new era. I do think we got into a situation where everybody was a little bit too specialized. So I'm trying not to be like, okay, everybody has to only be one thing in their life. But like, what is he? You know what I mean? Like some people, it's very easy to figure out what they are. Either they're a lawyer or a doctor or a real estate agent or whatever. But when you start looking into some of these folks who are tangentially related to the Bricks and Minifigs story, it starts to look like a history of grifting, I'll say. For lack of a better, I don't know, way to put it. It's a used car lot here and a investment advising there and a exclusive law partner talking at the conference everywhere. What in the hell's going on? Bark, bark, whatever. You know what I mean? So, very similarly to Josh Johnson, it is difficult to kind of pin down what Brandon's area of expertise really is. And let's just start with what we do know from the so-called four corners of the reckless Ben case, okay? So, first of all, as far as I was concerned, the first time I ever became aware that there was a Brandon Best at all was in Reckless Ben's part, I believe it was the part one. And this is where Crystal is getting kicked out of the store. And she's standing there and she's like, look, I'm not going to be able to give back the money that this guy, Brian Mansell, is owed. I'm paraphrasing here. I'm not going to be able to give his money back to him. He's still owed money. He is not, he hasn't been paid up. And then that's when Kai McAllister is on the phone from corporate and Brandon is standing there, in front of the cash register. And they're telling Crystal, don't worry about that. All that stuff gets taken over. The consignments get taken over by the business. And if Brandon's going to be taking over the business, he's going to be taking over the consignment, et cetera, et cetera. So put a 2 in the chat if this is ringing a bell. You remember seeing Brandon standing there, although he wasn't saying anything in the video footage that we did see, he was standing there and he was the one who was supposedly going to be taking over the store. Now, it gets confusing even within the four corners of this case because Brandon was also named as the Eugene, Oregon store owner. He was going to be coming in to take over the Salem Kaiser store location from Crystal Law, who had gotten kicked out. And he also, Brandon Best, was supposedly going into business with Josh Johnson. Now, that's just with what we heard from Crystal Law and from the what's it called, the ring camera or their store surveillance footage. So then we also have an introduction to Brandon Best in I'm pulling up the document right now, in the complaint against Reckless Ben and Brian Mansell, Reckless Ben LLC, and Victor Wynn. So let me just pull that up. Here's the complaint that's been filed. Now, this was filed in state court, but as you may know, this has been removed to federal court. And we have right here, Brandon Best, not only is he one of the owners of this company right here, Baker Bricks, but also he's suing individually with his full name, Brandon Best, as a plaintiff. He's suing Ben, Reckless Ben LLC, Brian Mansell, and Victor Wynn. Now, not only is he one of the plaintiffs who is suing Ben for however much $1 million or whatever, but if you just type in the control F, the word Brandon, it tells you a bunch of stuff about him throughout the lawsuit. He is a Utah resident. He resides in Salt Lake County, and he is an owner and executive officer of Baker Bricks. That's one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit. Now, then we start getting into some confusing stuff, okay? Because the first time we meet him, well, the very first time we meet him in this complaint, he's just a plaintiff. We don't know why he's suing. Then you type in Brandon, you go next, and it says he's a Utah resident. So it's saying, okay, so first of all, he's suing individually, but he's also suing, I suppose, in his capacity as an owner of Baker Bricks. Not only an owner, but an officer. So he's like, whatever, CEO, COO, one of those things. So you go to the next time that we see Brandon's name in the lawsuit. And why am I doing this? Why are we looking into this? Reason I'm doing this is because I want to figure out who is Brandon best. We've heard so much about Josh. We've heard so much about Ammon. We've heard very little about Ammon's brother, Matt. We've heard very little about Brandon best. But they're all suing. So I think it's about time we start looking into these other ones that we haven't heard so much about, right? Put a 2 in the chat if right. Thanks so much to Walker Dreamer for 1,000 gems. Wow, thank you. I never saw gems before. Oh, wow, look, there's a gold coin from CCNAGS. Thank you for the 10 gems. Oh, man, y'all are just making it rain with the gems. We got an eagle. This is how it shows up for me. It just says eagle. Thank you, Beasley, for the 400 gems. That's cute. I don't know what the gems are. This is the first time it's showing up on the StreamYard. They must have updated it. Okay, it's about time we get into some Brandon best. Make sure y'all hit the like if you don't mind. If you're not a secret plant from the brick and the minifig. Okay. So I type in Brandon. I'm just kind of like trying to remind myself, look, before we even get into the extraneous public record, everything that I'm going to be sharing with y'all is public record. Y'all could have found it yourself. In fact, and indeed, many people might have already found this themselves. I'm not trying to act like I'm the first person to find this. Although I really haven't seen anybody talking about, girl, I'm like, my heart starts racing. I'm in fluttering. I'm so excited to tell y'all about this. Like, there's like 2 or maybe 3 things that I'm just like, I can't wait to tell you. But if I just started talking about it, you wouldn't even understand why it's such a big deal. So I have to build up to it. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff. Thank you to MJ for the 30 gems. It says flower. Thank you to my mom for 400 gems. Thank you to Cabinet Pete for 30 gems. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Zoom with Smokey for 100 gems. Looks like you maybe gave a little sundae. That is so cute. Okay. Dingo said 2, but honestly, I just got here. I don't even know why I typed that. That's okay. Justice for Tattle's here. Shout out to Justice for Tattle. Okay. Okay, they got a makeup brush on here too. Thank you for the 6 gems. Okay. All right. So before we start getting into all the stuff I found, I just want to remind y'all what we already have been told by these people themselves. Okay, so that's why we're in the lawsuit right now. We're in the complaint. So on page 8, it says, prior to and at the time of repossession, Bricks and Minifigs representative Brandon. Hold on. Bricks and Minifigs representative? Wait, why is it? I thought he was just a random guy who was going to buy a store. Okay, so now he's being introduced as a, quote, Bricks and Minifigs representative, conducted a, quote, informal video inventory. And this is where it starts, this is one of the places where the pattern is continued of like, what is this guy? Who is this guy? And how is he related to this company? Is he some independent franchisee who just happened to stumble upon this and bought a store? Or is he a representative of corporate? They say both, by the way. So I really don't know what the answer is. But this is another place here. Here they call it an informal inventory. Video inventory, an informal video inventory of the Salem fixtures and inventory and then I'm like, wait, I thought he was a contracted inventory investigator. We'll get to that in a second, or a moment. He did not identify any product. We've already gone through this or whatever. I'm just kind of flipping through here to see every time they're mentioning Brandon. When Bricks and Minifigs representatives, that's Brandon Best, arrived for the scheduled takeover in November 2024. Crystal didn't want to turn her store over for obvious reasons. and Brandon objected to her taking out some stuff from the store, but she did it anyway. Now, it tells us here's another hat that Brandon is wearing. He was engaged as a contracted inventory inspector. So he was a contractor. So not only did he already own or co-own the Eugene store, not only was he about to take over the Salem Kaiser store with Joshua Johnson, not only was he a representative sent over there to basically help with the hostile takeover and get this inventory, this informal inventory, but now they're saying that he was contracted as a, quote, inventory inspector for Bricks and Minifigs Corporate. He was requested to inspect and inventory the store at the time of the hostile takeover, and Brandon secured the location incident to the hostile takeover and completed the inventory. Joshua Johnson then expressed to Bricks and Minifigs that he was interested in acquiring the store. Now, if you're losing track of all the different ways that Josh and Brandon took over the store, don't worry, girl, because me too. Me too. It seems like they just throw anything at the wall and just see what ends up sticking. It says Josh later inquired if Brandon then would want to possibly go halves, I guess, or go in with him on the acquisition of this store that they had already taken over. They agreed to do so, and they formed Baker Salem, Baker Bricks Salem, or Salem Baker Bricks, or whatever, believing they could purchase the assets free and clear. I don't know why they would believe that, because again, we have a video evidence of Crystal telling them that there were consignments in the store on the night of this hostile takeover. They wanted to assume the lease, and they wanted to walk away free and clear without having any issue with Crystal, or with Brian Mansell. But obviously, we know how that turned out. Brandon, let's see, in the first quarter of 2025, Josh and Brandon became the new franchisees in connection with the store. They entered into a franchise agreement with Bricks and Minifigs. They entered into an asset and a business purchase agreement. Okay. Third party so yeah, this is so silly. I can't even bring myself to read it with a serious face, that they're trying to act like they were somehow bona fide third-party purchasers that were not involved in the prior dispute, because they clearly freaking were. At the very least, Brandon was, but that's for them to work out in court. Brandon answered and explained Crystal and Salem had abandoned the store. This is obviously not true. We know that this is not true. She was kicked out of the store. There's video evidence of it. She didn't just abandon the store. She, even released the call with Kai McAllister, who I haven't forgotten about the guardianship investigation I'm doing over there. Don't worry. Brian Mansell claimed he had a consignment arrangement with Crystal Law. He stated he had not, that Crystal had not paid him some of the money that was due to him. Josh and Brandon were skeptical, and Brandon explained the need for evidence. Josh interceded and asked to review the inventory list, pointed out that neither Bricks and Minifigs or Josh or Brandon were a party to this arrangement. As he claimed he had purported inventory list, Brandon and Josh invited him to review the Legos. Okay, I'm just going through and reading where I see Brandon, right? He got the list, briefly investigated whether any consignment product might exist in boxes or elsewhere. Brian returned at some point, accusing Josh and Brandon of theft. They denied this. Josh and Brandon informed the police that Bricks and Minifigs had repossessed the store. Was it a repossession, or was it an abandonment? Was it a repossession, or was it a turnover? Was it a repossession? Was it a takeover? I mean, they've used these different words. They were unaware of any agreement about consignment. Again, absolutely not true, unless Brandon is deaf. I mean, I guess that's possible. When Brian, they say he became belligerent. Let's see. Brandon gained access to the accounting system. He discovered some stuff with the Star Wars sets. Okay. They claim that they have been interfered with. Their business has been interfered with. They've been harassed, intimidated. Their business has suffered, etc., etc. Brandon and Josh's business. There's Sheldon and Victor. They investigated the inventory, delivered a package. Okay, so this here, fast forward to this year in March 8th, 2026. This was apparently a Sunday. 1 hour after so-called, quote, harassing Josh, Ben Schneider and his pals, quote, deceptively dressed up and impersonated federal employees in a fake USPS or UPS outfit, which if it's a UPS, that's not a federal employee, you stupid ass, and delivered a package to Brandon's residence in Sandy, Utah. Okay, Brandon's residence in Sandy, Utah, containing undisclosed but humiliating items. I think it was the rubber chickens or the rubber ducks. Upon information and belief, the intent was to acquire Brandon's signature for use in his schemes. In Ben's schemes, multiple vehicles were parked in front of the house, individuals filming the interaction. Josh reported this incident to the police. Josh reported the incident to the police, but it supposedly happened at Brandon's house. Okay, that's interesting to me. Trespass. Okay, so Sandy Police Department responded and trespass notices or warnings were issued. So even within the four corners of the documents available in this case, coming from Bricks and Minifigs or the parties associated with them, what the hell is Brandon? Is he a corporate representative? Or does he have nothing to do with corporate? Both of those things cannot be true. What was he hired to do? What was he contracted to do? Who is this guy? How does he know these people? Etc. Etc. He's suing Ben individually. He's suing Ben through his company, Baker Bricks. So that brings us to the web. Now, this is public information, okay? But as you know, there have been quite a few videos being taken down, I think wrongfully, in connection with this story. And so it does kind of aggravate me and all that, but I have taken the liberty or tyranny to blur out or censor or redact these public filings. So this is the best I could do for now. This is the best I could come up with for now. But I'll go to the corporate filings, right, for Baker Bricks, LLC, because that's one of the plaintiffs in this case. One of the plaintiffs suing Ben and Victor and them is Baker Bricks, LLC. And we found out in the lawsuit that Brandon Best is one of the owners of Baker Bricks, LLC. So I go to the, yes, redacting public documents, LLC, indeed. So I go to the public filings here on the Utah Secretary of State's website. And right here is the certificate of organization, or the first page of it, for Baker Bricks, LLC. And this is, organizing the LLC. I believe this was in 2024. Brandon Best is listed as the agent, the registered agent. And as you can see here, again, this is a public record. I've just redacted it for the purposes of this video. I don't want my stuff getting deleted, and please do not contact or send any hate. Please do not go to anybody's address or send them anything. If you do, you're probably getting arrested, and you probably should, because at this point, I don't know how much clearer I can be. Like, definitely don't go real life. If you have some grievances to lodge, do so appropriately with the appropriate authorities. I just am not trying to get blamed for people acting crazy, okay? Anyway, okay, so this is the best I could do. I blurred out the street name here, or I censored it, redacted it, for reasons I've already stated. Every time I do something like this, people are like, it's ridiculous. Why are you self-censoring? Because I'm not trying to have my stuff deleted and lose my channel or my job or my livelihood. That's why. So, it sucks. I don't like it either, but here we are. Okay. Now, and also because I don't, want to send anybody over there. However, I don't think showing somebody a public document that's already public could even possibly, result in that. This is easily findable, but whatever. For all those reasons, I'm just going to redact it. I really don't want to hear anybody's mouth about it. It aggravates me too. Okay. So he's listed here, and we're just going to go with this 2100 and you're just going to have to take my word for it, road, okay? You don't have to take my word for it if you want to go and get these documents. They're free. But Cottonwood Heights, Utah, 2100. Just remember the 2100. That is the registered agent address associated with Brandon Best of Baker Bricks, which is one of the plaintiffs suing Ben. Got it? 3 in the chat if you got it so far. Got it so far? 2100 blank blank road, Cottonwood Heights. Okay. So that leads me to go, like I said, that leads me to go over there to the Salt Lake City or the Salt Lake County public records. Recorder is the specific website, and look up who owns that address. Again, it's public. I'm not going to tell y'all the street name. I've done my best to redact it. So I go into the recorder, the public records in Salt Lake, and I type in that address and just want to see who owns it. Who owns the address? Well, before I even did that, I looked up this address, and it was a house. It's not a business. It does appear to. It's not a. Let me rephrase. This address, when I looked it up in Google Maps, is a home. It appears to be a home. Okay, and it's a really nice one. Really nice big house. So then I go to the recorder and try to see who owns it. I'm expecting to see either Brandon's name or maybe somebody's name with Best, or maybe some type of trust. Well, lo and behold, the house at this address is owned by a trust. But it's not like the Brandon Thomas Best Trust. It's actually owned by a trust called the Jacque in Butler Living Trust. Okay, this is the owner of that home. And when I went into the title records, like to see where it had been transferred and things like that, it appears as though she purchased that home, or the trust purchased that home or acquired it from, let me see these down here. Yeah, these people right here. Terry Lynn and Michael Italisano. And girl, yes, I looked to see if that was the same Terry Lynn as Terry Lynn Lurker, but it looks like it's different. So you see, it's still that same address, 2100. You can see these are some of the things that have happened in the title transfer of that house where Brandon supposedly lives. Now, again, this is in Sandy, Utah. This is where it has been stated that he is a resident of this Salt Lake County. So it has been said that he lived there before. This is just, I'm just kind of going over the research I did in somewhat of an order that I did it in. But as you can see here in 2020, it looks like maybe there were some things going on in this house. Perhaps these folks are having a hard time paying. I don't really know. But then in 2021, they sold or transferred the house. Terry Lynn and Michael, they sold this house to Jacque Butler. Okay. This is that 2100 blank blank road, Cottonwood Heights. And then from there, something happens, maybe a mortgage or something. And then in 2021, Jacque Butler, an individual, transfers the home into a trust bearing her same name. Put a 4, or did we do 3 yet? Put a 3 in the chat if you follow so far. Okay, so this is the house, 2100 blank blank road, Cottonwood Heights. I type it in. I'm trying to see who owns it currently. It's owned by this trust, the Jacque in Butler Living Trust. These are all public records, and I even have taken the precaution of redacting the address, even though it is public, and I shouldn't have had to do that. I did it anyway. So then individually, let's work backwards. So today it's owned by the trust, but if you go back to 2021, it used to be owned by just Jacque herself individually, and then before that, it was owned by these Italisano people, Michael and Terry. Now, where is Brandon Best's name on any of this? Who freaking knows? Who freaking knows? But apparently that's where he's saying he lives, according to, like these documents, for example, which were filed just like 2 years ago. Now, I did some research on who is Jacque, okay, and we're going to get into that. But before that, I just want to say I did look up, does this Jacque in Butler Living Trust or Jacque Butler herself own any other property in the county? And turns out, yes, she does. And so, for example, these are some of the things. It looks like she might own like a full like building. And then this other address right here, which I did not redact because it does not appear as though they're living there anymore. But this 1818 East Viscounty Drive, 1818 East Viscounty Drive, the Jacque in Butler Living Trust also owns that. Okay, why is that important? Well, because if you go to that address, it appears as though Brandon and his wife Megan used to live there. Here's a deed of trust from 2018. The borrower is Brandon T. Best and Megan Best, husband and wife. So really the main reason I'm showing y'all this document is to show that we do have it in the record that Brandon Best is married to, or was as of 2018, a woman named Megan. Okay, Megan Best is Brandon Thomas Best's husband, at least as far as 2018. And then in 2021, in February, that address, that 1818 Viscounty, is conveyed from Brandon and Megan of Sandy, Salt Lake County, to Jacque N. Butler and Megan Best. Okay, so who is Jacque Butler? That's what I'm starting to wonder. Put a 4 in the chat if you're starting to wonder, who is Jacque? Why is she owning the house? Who's this lady? Why is her name not Best? Why is her last name? What is Butler? Is maybe Megan is the wife's, maiden name Butler? Who is this? Who is this Jacque? Who is this Jacque? But the main takeaway from these documents right here that I'm showing you, these are public records, is that there was this home, or I'm assuming it's a home, at 1818 Viscounty, okay? And it was used to be owned by Brandon Best and Megan Best. It was transferred to Jacque N. Butler and Megan Best. Okay, so that was the main thing there. So then I get to looking at, like, who is this Jacque? Who is Jacque N. Butler? And why does her trust own Brandon Best's house? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So, now I want to pull up one of the documents, just one that I got from the recorder. And now we're back to the house that Brandon supposedly, actually right now to this day, lives in, supposedly. I mean, I didn't travel over there to see. And I have redacted this as well. Those black boxes, that I did that. Okay. So again, we're talking about the 2100 blank blank road. Now they're calling it Sandy, Utah. Sometimes this address appears as Cottonwood Heights. And this is just showing that in 2021, Michael and Terry Lynn Italisano sold or somehow transferred their home to Jacque Butler. Okay, this is very important. See where I put that red box? Jacque Butler, a married woman. Why is a married woman's trust owning Brandon Best's house? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's the research question in my mind at this moment, in my research. Who's Jacque Butler? And now, who's she married to? Who's this person? Who is Jacque Butler? Why doesn't Brandon own his own home? And why? And it's just her. It's just her, right? Now, just to remind you, this 2100 thing, it did end up getting conveyed again to Jacque Butler, Jacque N. Butler Living Trust. And so we do get another little layer of information that her middle initial is N, which is going to end up being important in a while. But for the purposes of this conveyance, it was from those other owners, Michael and Terry Lynn Italisano, and they went ahead and sold this house to Jacque Butler. Now, Jacque Butler did then transfer the house to the Jacque N. Butler Living Trust, but this right here gave me pause. I want to know, who is she married to? Who is she married to? Who is Jacque? Why does she own Brandon's house? Because he's using that as his address and the filings for Baker Bricks. Baker Bricks is all out here suing Reckless Ben, involving itself in extremely high profile, expensive litigation that's now been moved to federal court. Who is this lady? Who is Jacque, and why does her trust own Brandon's house? Now, it's not illegal to live in a house owned by somebody else, obviously. My first thought is something like maybe that's his mom, or maybe that's his, I don't know. She seems older than him, like aunt. Maybe it's his mother-in-law, whatever. But I'm like, it's not against the law for somebody to live in a house like they don't own. But it just makes me wonder why. Because when I looked into, for example, Dan McNeff's publicly available property records, he owns his home, or at least his trust. The trust on the home that owns the home for Dan and Draper is Dan. It's like Danny McNeff Trust or whatever. When I looked into Joshua Johnson's publicly available home address, he and his wife Kaylee do own his home. So it's just weird to me that Brandon Best doesn't own his home, at least through his own trust or something. So I'm curious, right? And I start looking into it. And that leads me to the next piece of public information. And that is going to be this. It's going to seem random, so I'll just call it for now random obituary. It's an obituary for a man by the name of Michael Bray. Now, we've already found out. Brandon's wife's name is Megan. At least it was, if they haven't been divorced or, whatever, since 2018. But his wife's name is Megan. Okay, so we've already found that out from public records, and that was that 1818 Viscounty address that I don't believe they live at anymore. And the 1818 Viscounty put them as Brandon T. Best and Megan Best, husband and wife. So that's kind of what I was looking for. I typed in, Google or whatever, Brandon Best, Megan Best, or Brandon Megan Best. And I typed in different iterations of that, and this comes up. It's an obituary for a man by the name of Michael Bray. Now, we will read it. Surprise, surprise, there's LDS involvement. But this right here is the most topical for the purpose of why I'm bringing it up right now. Megan, Brandon are listed together. So this sentence, I'm just going to kind of start here. Most importantly, the guy that passed away, Michael Bray, was generous and thoughtful to all those around him. He is survived by his 7 children: Heather, Rachel, Jeffrey, Rebecca, Megan, Trent, and Jordan. Okay, so these are children of the guy who died. Meaning, put another way, this is the obituary for Brandon Best's father-in-law. Biological, right? Because it does appear, and you'll see that in this obituary, strangely, like Megan's mother, so Brandon Best's mother-in-law, had already divorced from this man. Okay? So, please put a 4 in the chat if you follow so far. Brandon is married to a woman named Megan. Megan's biological parents divorced, and her father has passed away. Rest in peace. Okay, people are following. Okay, thank you. So here is, put another way, the obituary for Brandon's father-in-law, the biological father-in-law, the one who actually is the biological father of Brandon's wife, Megan. And why am I saying that? Well, because right here, Megan and Brandon. Now, what is this man's last name? Bray. B-R-A-Y. Okay? Bray. Michael John Bray, born in 1949, he passed away quite a while ago. All right, more than 10 years, almost 20 years ago now. 18 years ago. Michael John Bray passed away. He was 58 years old at the time. He passed away January 3rd, 2008, surrounded by his loving family who will dearly miss him. Again, this would have been Brandon Best's father-in-law. He was born July 1949 in South Dakota. His parents were named Rex Davis and Eleanor Barrett Bray. Okay, Rex Davis and Eleanor Barrett Bray. He had the opportunity to travel. This is interesting, too, because he took his mom's last name, not his dad's last name, which was Davis. That's strange. Anyway, moving on. We're reading this obituary because it is Brandon Best's father-in-law. He died almost 20 years ago. He traveled and lived all over the world during his childhood, so this makes me wonder, either was he a permanent missionary or was he in the military brat? That's what I want to know. He had the opportunity to travel and live all over the world during his childhood. He continued this passion throughout his life. Michael was married in 1970 to Jacque Nielsen. See how they spell that? Jacque Nielsen? Okay. He was married to Jacque Nielsen. Now, remember, what is the name of the owner of the house where Brandon Best apparently lives? The Jacque N. Butler Living Trust. Remember that? So, he married Jacque Nielsen. They had 6 children, and they later divorced. And somehow she made it into the obituary. So they married in 1970, Jacque Nielsen and Michael John Bray. Michael was very talented. He had very many successful businesses. He was a member of Mensa. Yeah, you do have to take tests and stuff to be in that. And he went to and attended Balliol College at Oxford. Whoa. He was this guy was like a super genius. He was in Mensa and he attended Oxford seeking his PhD. Well, I don't know, did he earn it? Attended and seeking does not mean earning. And it doesn't say doctor, so I'm assuming he didn't actually make it. He was passionate about music. Guitar, piano, violin, singing, and composing his own music and lyrics. He was a talented writer. He was a runner. He completed many marathons. Most importantly, he was generous. He was thoughtful. He was survived by his 7 children. So he had 6 with Jacque. Remember, 6 with her? And then I guess an extra 7th kid. Heather is one of them. Rachel is one of them. Jeffrey is one of them. Rebecca is one of them. And Megan Bray, I'm assuming is her last name, right? Megan Bray. It could have been Nielsen, but it seems like probably Megan Bray is her last name, and she's married to Brandon. So I'm assuming this is Brandon Best. He had 8 grandchildren, 5 siblings, Curtis, Deborah, Brent, Kim, and Julie, many nieces and nephews, survived by his... Now, this is where it starts to get okay, wait, hold on. Yesterday, I was like, I need to go live just to talk about this one thing and then get off. But up here, they mentioned Jacque Nielsen, right? He was married in 1970 to Jacque Nielsen. They had 6 beautiful children, and they later divorced. Then later down here, it says he was survived by his loving and supportive friend, Jacque Butler. So the way this is written, it kind of makes it seem like Jacque Nielsen and Jacque Butler are 2 different people. But I will propose to you that perhaps they're the same person. And they really just had a very close relationship. And even though they didn't work out marriage-wise, they stayed friends. I mean, this happens, especially when people get together when they're very young. He was born in 1949. He got married in 1970. So, I mean, he was like 20 years old when he got married to her, 21 years old. I am the little guy. Indeed. What if Jacque is married to somebody connected to Bricks and Minifigs or Legally Mine? What if she is? Thank you so much to Mobile Rescues for the 10 gems. Thank you to Danielle Marie for being a member for 3 months. Congrats on the 20K. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We hit 20,000. I hit 20,000 subscribers here. Thanks so much to Quentin Brown for the 10 gems. Thank you to Strange Currencies for the 30 gems. Thank you, A Little Trinket for the $2 Australian. Congratulations on the 20K. Thank you. Thank you to Lulu. To Yulu, Taylor. Thank you, Taylor Warrior, for the 30 gems and the flower. Thank you to Amber for the 350 gems. I think that's a lot. Yeah, I did see that, Steve. I have not been able to ascertain like a direct connection between Amanda Baker and the Baker bricks. I will not bury the lead. I will just let y'all know. As far as why Brandon and Josh named that business Baker Bricks, I still don't know. It is still a mystery to me. Thank you, though, for the $5. And it is one of the questions I certainly am interested in looking into. Steve Tomato says, you may have covered this. I heard in Sheldon's video a couple days ago. Amanda, who's just the manager, has the last name Baker. Baker Bricks. Yeah, it's very interesting to me. Thank you for the $5. Thank you to Pink Queen for becoming a new member. Thank you to Kitty for being a member for 3 months. Thank you, thank you. Thank you to for Pink Queen for the 10 live show memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got one of those memberships, make sure you do say thank you and express your gratitude. Thank you to Rose Investigates for the $2 super chat. Breaking, Chris reports things. I know, I did see that like 4 minutes before I got on here. And if I didn't spend literally all day on this, that's what I'd be covering right now. But I got to get this research out to y'all. I will be definitely looking into that a little bit later. Thank you so much for that $2 and for always keeping us up to date on the things going on. Okay, so back to this. Now, I want to be very clear. Jackie Butler and Jackie Nielsen, the way it's written in this obituary looks like it's supposed to be 2 different people. Perhaps it is 2 different people. But after I did hours and hours and hours of research and investigating yesterday into the public record, I don't think so. I think, and I'll tell you why I think this. It's just a thought. It's not a fact. It's not an accusation. But I think Jackie Nielsen and Miss Jackie Butler are the same person, a.k.a. Jackie in Butler Living Trust, the owner of the house that Brandon lives in. Now, remember, we were told she is married, a married woman. That's what it said on that publicly available deed conveyance. It said that she was a married woman. Didn't tell us who she was married to. It's one of the questions I'm very interested in. But from all appearances, I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure this Michael John Bray, is Megan Best's father. And if that is her father, which I think it is, that would mean it's likely Jackie is her mother, which does make sense somewhat, that Jackie in Butler Living Trust would be Megan's mom. So the house that they own is in the mom's trust. And who knows, maybe the children of the mom, which would include Megan, are beneficiaries of that trust. So you're going to get the house anyway. Let me just put it in the trust. That would make somewhat of sense. It would make way more sense that Megan's mom's trust owns the house than some random lady named Jackie owns the house and they're renting it. But that is another option. That is another possibility, is that maybe Brandon Best and Megan are just renting that house. Maybe they don't own it at all. And apparently, according to the public records, they don't own it. Jackie in Butler Living Trust owns it. But again, I do think there is important context, because remember, that was the address we're talking about right now is the 2100 blank blank, Road Avenue or whatever in Cottonwood Heights, aka Sandy, Utah. But there's that whole other address, 1818 Viss County. And that's the address that does have Brandon and Megan owning the house together. This is all stuff we already went over earlier today in this video. I'm just reminding you, and I'm kind of like resynthesizing it here. Like, Brandon Brandon and Megan already transferred a house to Jacque. Remember, the Jacque Trust and Jacque Butler owned quite a few properties in Salt Lake County. So Brandon and Megan have already transferred one house, that 1818 house, into or over to the mom. Now, that did not happen on the 2100 house, the one that they apparently live in. Now, that did not happen. It just went straight from those Italisano people straight to Jacque, and then from Jacque transferred it to her own living trust. So there is some business relationship in the real estate side of things between Megan and Brandon and Jacque. And there is obviously a history of real estate transactions, at least the one between Jacque herself individually, a married woman who she married to. We'll get to that. To her own trust. So Josh and Ammon's homes are, I don't know if Ammon's is. Josh's is not. Josh's home is not in a trust, last I checked. Now we're on this obituary, which I'm pretty sure is Megan Best's father. And his name is Bray. So that leads me to start looking for Megan Bray. Maybe that's her maiden name, etc. And I see this, just to take note of, I found it interesting that they mention, not only do they mention, there's a lot of divorced people in the United States of America. I'm going to say it's not that often somebody's ex-wife gets mentioned by name, even one time, in their, dead husband's obituary. I'm going to say, I don't think my mama's name was in my daddy's obituary. I don't know. I need to go check it. But I don't think it was like, oh yeah, like he had so many kids with Amber, No, like, it was weird to me that the ex-wife name would even be in here. It's also interesting to me, he got 7 kids, but the other wife's name isn't listed. Right? Look, I mean, I'm not good at math, but just tell me if you follow here. He married Jacque Nielsen. They had 6 kids. They later divorced. He was talented. He was smart. He could play music. He was so great. He could run. But he got 7 kids. Okay. Again, he got married when he was like 21. He had 6 kids with Jacque Nielsen. Eventually, somehow he ends up with an extra kid, 7. But the other person he had that 7th kid with is not mentioned. And then again, we're naming somebody else named Jacque down here again. This time Butler. So I'm wondering, is Jacque Butler the same as Jacque Nielsen? Why did they divorce? Where'd the 7th kid come from? These are questions I have. Now, funeral services were held in 2008 at the LDS Chapel in Holiday, Utah. Friends and family can come at the church prior to services. Interment will follow. I don't know what that means. Burial? Okay. So that's him right there. Supposedly. I'm pretty sure Brandon Best's father-in-law. Keep that in mind. So then I start trying to substantiate that. Okay, I start trying to substantiate that. Can I find any other proof? That was my research question then, after that point, right? Because I'm trying to figure out who is Brandon. I have, the more I look into Brandon, the more questions I actually have. Who is Jacque? Why is the Jacque in Butler Trust the owner of this home? She's a married woman. Who's she married to? I just kind of start having like, I'm people ask me why I do my makeup on stream instead of before I come on stream. Girl, I'm scratching my nose. I'm allergic to everything. Especially like, I don't know, somehow sitting under these lights, I think it like makes me like hot or something, which makes my nose itch somehow. I don't know the science. Okay, so I'm trying to, at this point, substantiate or further confirm my suspicion on who this woman is. Because at this point, I'm pretty sure that Jacque is Brandon Beth's mother-in-law. And I'm pretty sure she's married to somebody. And I'm pretty sure their last name is Butler. But I need some more proof before I'm, confident. So we go ahead, we looked at the obituary, and then I start searching through the newspaper archives. Then I start searching through the newspaper archives. This is one of the 3 things that I was very excited to show y'all. I think this is going to be making its way around the Reddit. Nobody's going to be trying to give me credit on the Reddit, but you heard it here first. Let me go back to the web that I made. Nothing on the web should be taken as fact. Please do not contact anybody mentioned in this video. That is not the purpose of this video. Okay. But here we kind of are. All right. Here we kind of are. And we just now went to this right here. Michael Bray obituary. So there was a father-in-law mentioned in the body cam. Keep that in mind. But before we get to that, I want to kind of pause. In the relationship between Michael Bray and Jacque Nielsen. Okay? Now, if they got married in 1970, I would assume Jacque Nielsen eventually was going by, at least at some point, Jacque Bray. Yes, I was in the newspaper archives. Yes, I was. And girl, this is one of the weirdest things I found all day yesterday. Yeah, the thing about being in Mensa is none of y'all think it's that hard because y'all are smart. Like, people in Mensa, I've never tried out because I don't like to be on lists. But the thing about people in Mensa is like y'all are also smart. You forget how like the intelligence level of like the average person is very low compared to the intelligence level of the average Mensa person. There's like this self-selecting bias or whatever. Like, like y'all just don't know how not intelligent the average person is, I think, which is a good thing. That's a compliment. Okay, so let me pull up this newspaper article. Why isn't it? Oh, okay. Okay. This blew my mind. This is from 1997. Okay. Now remember, when did Michael Bray apparently allegedly marry Jacque Nielsen? It was in 1970. So this is like almost 30 freaking years later or whatever. 27 years later. Utah Placement Service still swears by au pairs. Okay, what is an au pair? Let me just get y'all that definition real quick. Basically, it's kind of like a nanny, like from another country that teaches you about, or teaches, I didn't have no au pair. But like au pair is like it's kind of like a nanny. So let me show y'all the definition, just so we're all on the same page with what this even is. A young adult from a foreign country. Foreign to what? Foreign to the job or the place where they're working then and there. So if you have an au pair in France, you might be somebody from, the au pair might be from the United States or Sweden or whatever. So it's just like someone from out of the country who lives with the host family for a defined period. It's usually about a year to experience a new culture, and then they provide in-home childcare and they do light housework. The term comes from French. That means on par or equal to. It reflects an expectation that the au pair is treated as a family member rather than a standard employee or a domestic worker. Now, as you can probably imagine, there often ends up being a little bit of trouble with the actual arrangement because they're supposed to be treating this like basically like a foreign exchange student that helps you out a little bit with the house. But a lot of times like those people end up getting abused and they're vulnerable and their visa is connected to the person whose house they're living in. So they'll put up with more than probably a regular employee would, et cetera, et cetera. And very often in the years past, especially, they would not be getting wages at all, or they would be getting paid very, very far below what an actual wage would be. And the trade-off was supposedly because they were getting free rent and free room and board and food or whatever. But again, it was, often it gets abused. So, y'all are going to faint. Y'all are going to faint. Let's go back to this article from 1997. It's entitled, Utah Placement Service Still Swears by Au Pairs. All right. So let's go to Midvale, Utah. The owners of Au Pair Program USA, and they spelled program not how we spell it in the USA, by the way. This is very important. I know I'm nitpicky about like how stuff is spelled, but especially here. They spell program like they spell it in the UK, like this how they spell it in England and stuff. We don't spell it like that over here. We just spell it Program. There's no M-E at the end like that. But they trying to make it sound like real fancy in French, I think. Au Pair Program USA. The owners of Au Pair Program USA say their nanny placement service continues to thrive despite publicity over the involuntary manslaughter case of this British girl, Louise Woodward. Huh? Hold on. However, the 14-year-old business based in this Salt Lake suburb has noticed a sharp decline in the number of British au pairs applying for placement in the United States. Last year, the company took like 600 something applications from aspiring nannies from the UK, but this year only 240. There is a new apprehension. No one wants to send their daughter over here to go to jail, said Michael Bray, referring to Woodward's prosecution in Massachusetts. Miss Woodward, she was an au pair, by the way, was initially convicted of second-degree you-know-what for the death of a baby boy in her care. This back in 97. The judge reduced the conviction to a lesser charge, and then it declared the 279 days that she had already spent in prison adequate for a sentence and set her free. She cannot leave Massachusetts until an expected appeal by prosecutors is settled. Michael Bray and his wife, Jacque, Jacque Nielsen? Michael Bray and his wife, Jacque, place about 1,000 foreign women into nanny positions throughout the U.S. each year, or about 1 of every 10 au pairs in the nation. Mensa Au Pair LLC. And now I'm just remembering like how brilliant this guy was and the fact that he just had this vague like traveled all over the place when he was young. What in the CIA Manchurian Candidate hell? And where did that 7th kid come from? Why was Jacque Nielsen and Jackie Butler both named in this man's obituary? I'm not going to say he cheated with somebody's nanny. I'm not going to say that because I have really no reason to say that. But I do wonder who the 7th kid was with. Now this, again, I don't know. I didn't do a DNA test. I didn't ask these people directly. But this appears to be Brandon Best's deceased father-in-law, Michael Bray. Not only that, It appears to be the person who owns Brandon Best's house, at least through her trust. It appears to be his current living, walking around mother-in-law. His wife's mama, a married woman. Who's she married to? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Now, maybe they just didn't know how to add on his obituary. Maybe somebody added it up wrong and he don't have 7 kids. Maybe it was always 6. It does look like they named 7 though. Now this article just gets weirder from here. Okay, Bray and his wife place about 1 out of every 10 au pairs in the nation. This has now been, 30 years ago that this article came out. So I don't know if it's still true. Obviously it's not. This man died almost 20 years ago. Look at this. The section of the article is called Mormon Nanny Connection. In its early years, the Bray's nanny placement service responded largely to a demand for young Mormon women being sought for childcare and housekeeping duties back east. Back east. Huh? In its early years, the Bray's nanny placement service responded largely to a demand for young Mormon women being sought for childcare and housekeeping duties. So now remember, this company has been around for 14 years as of 1997. So they started it in like the mid 80s, early to mid 80s. So in its early years in the 80s, the placement service responded to a demand for young Mormon women being sought for childcare and housekeeping duties back east. The Brays alone placed 500 such Mormon nannies a year during that period. However, in 1988, this is what y'all came for, right? This is what y'all came for? In 1988, the church, the official church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, discouraged this nanny practice, citing concerns about possible exploitation and, in some cases, abuse of the nannies. Under federal mandate, au pairs are paid $139 per week. Again, y'all, this is back 30 years ago. I'm sure this amount has gone up. And this is supposed to be so-called, quote, pocket money by the family that serves as their American host. Their weekly workload is limited to 45 hours. Their duties are restricted to childcare and light housekeeping, and they receive up to $500 in tuition for post-secondary education. A host family must also pay a placement fee. Wait a second. So Brandon Best is married into a family that gets people in here from other countries and charges fees to place people at things? Huh. Interesting. The au pairs arrive on visas good for only 1 year. Families who sign contracts with Au Pair Program USA or any of the other 7 sanctioned agencies nationwide enter into a 1-year arrangement at a total cost of about $12,000 or $240 a week. It's expensive, and that was expensive back in the day. It is expensive now. But in many cases, it's not as expensive as daycare, which can easily exceed $240 a week for families with more than 1 child, said Jacque Bray. Okay, again, y'all, I'm pretty sure this is Brandon Best's mother-in-law who now owns his house. Au Pair Program USA's literature plugs its business as promoting the general interests of education and cultural exchange while providing live-in childcare for approved host families. While applications have fallen off from Britain, the Brays still receive inquiries from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, South Africa, and several European countries. Applicants must speak English, pass a background check, produce from 2 to 4 childcare references, have some training, and be compatible with their host family. The Midvale Agency, owned by, I'm pretty sure, Brandon Best's parents-in-law at the time. And now, he wasn't obviously not married to what's-her-name at the time. He would have been like a kid at this point. But this is in 1997. The Midvale Agency, owned by the Brays, allows greater freedom among both its au pairs and family clients in choosing each other, and also boasts closer historical ties to childcare, according to the Brays. We're the only one of these companies with its origins there. What does that mean? The Midvale agency allows greater freedom among both its au pairs and family clients in choosing each other, and also boasts closer historical ties to childcare. They say, quote, "We're the only one of these companies with its origins there. Not much of its trade is in Utah. However, trade, Only about 15 families, mostly in Park City and Sandy, have an au pair contract with Au Pair Program USA. Those local households that have au pairs," said Jacque Bray, "are typical of those where the company does its major business in cities like New York, Chicago, Dallas, and LA. Usually both parents work. They're professionals. They have an interest in teaching their children another culture." So, what? They have this au pair business. They're placing 1 out of every 10 au pairs in the country at this time. And at this time, the reason this article came out was because there was a situation where a child had passed in the care of an au pair. Now, there's no indication that that au pair had come over here because of or through this company. I want to be very clear. It was just people from the UK, specifically Britain, were like, I don't want to go over there because I don't want to be, oopsie daisy, something happened, and now I'm facing manslaughter charges. And that is what happened with that au pair. But that was a case that happened in Massachusetts. Now, I'm not saying anything. I'm not making any claims about the person who got charged with manslaughter or whatever. It's just that was what was historically going on at the time. And apparently, I guess, these people were still married. So Megan Best's parents were together for a very long time. They got married in 1970, and in 1997, they were still together. So it's like almost 30 years. So it's starting to make a little bit more sense as to why Jacque might have been mentioned in that obituary. They were together for a very long time. At least 27 years, maybe longer. Now, it is starting to bring me back around to one of the first series, if not the first series I did on this channel, with the Melania Trump. Oh God, my nose itches so bad today. It always does when the seasons start changing. With the Melania Trump, like, model apartments and all of that, it's starting to be like, okay, like, they had work visas that were attached to their modeling. It was like special modeling entertainment visas, something like that. It just, I don't know. Even the Mormon church was pulling out and saying, you don't need to like be doing au pairing with our Mormon girls because it becomes abusive and whatever. But I'm like, okay, like, hold on. Is it starting to make a little bit more sense? Like, this is the type of family that Brandon Best's wife is from. Now I'm really starting to wonder, who is Jacque? Why is Jackie's trust the owner of the house? Etc., etc. Why did they divorce? Who's the 7th kid's mother? Why is she in there twice? I'm just wondering. Thanks so much to Kitty Zilla Meow for the 550 gems. Thanks so much to Bluebeard for the 650 gems, the mystery gift. Thank you. Thank you, MJ Lee, for the 2 gems. Thanks so much to Rick Parker for the 30 gems and Flower. Thanks so much to MJ for the 80 gems. Thanks so much to Zoom with Smokey Bear for the $5. I found Jackie Ann Butler. Jackie Butler improves medical treatments. Yeah, that was like the first thing that I found on her, like, weeks and weeks, maybe over a month ago. Thank you for the $5. Thanks so much to Rose Investigates. I'm effing gagged. Yeah, right? This is one of the like big things that I found yesterday that I really couldn't wait to share with y'all today. And that's why it's like, I know there's other news going on, but I have to share this with y'all. This is weird to me. Why is it so much worse than I thought? The thing is the scale of it. 1 out of 10 au pairs placed in the United States was being placed by this agency alone. And it was owned by these people. The apparently Brandon Best's in-laws. Thanks so much to Zoom with Smokey Bear for the $5 super chat. Just sent you an email with who she's married to now. Well, I'm pretty sure I know who she's married to now. I'm going to get to that, but I'll check that email in just a little while. Thank you to No Fala for the 30 gems in the flower. Okay. So, just to be clear, I'm not saying Michael and Jacque did anything wrong, illegal, or bad. I just found that to be so random and very interesting. That it appears as though Michael Bray and Jacque, at the time Bray, but formerly Nielsen and now possibly Butler, were involved in this so heavily, at least, to be putting 10% of all the au pairs in the United States and, making a business out of it and all of that. So, now, I did find some lawsuits having to do with some of these au pair companies, but I'm unsure if they have a direct connection to Jacque Bray or Jacque, whatever the hell her last name is. It Bray? Is it Maura Takali at this point, girl? Etc. There was definitely a huge class action for unpaid wages and overworking and breaking the law and this and that. That being said, I haven't been able to find a direct connection to Jacque herself. So that part I'm going to save getting into unless I'm able to discover a little bit more about it. So the au pair thing kind of blew my mind. Now there was other au pair businesses that Jacque was involved with. One was called the Au Pair Registry. Let me see if I have those up here. Yeah, I do. Yeah, okay. So let me show y'all the web. So here's again, this is like the same article. It was like in a different format. So there's that. And then I searched Jacque Bray in Utah and on Open Corporates. And these are some of the things that were associated with Jacque in Bray. Au Pair Program USA from 1989 to 2003. Au Pair Program USA. Exploring Cultural and Educational Learning Incorporated. World Link Medical started in 2002, and it overlaps with the Au Pair Company, by the way. Au Pair International Incorporated. This is from 1997 to 1999. And this 1997 was the year that happened with that, the girl that, the au pair, the kid died in her care. So Au Pair Program USA, Au Pair International. I also found one called Au Pair Registry. Au Pair International Inc. Now, all of these, by the way, are inactive, as you can see. Inactive, 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 inactive. But this Au Pair International was listed. This was listed in a class action lawsuit. That being said, it does appear like the Au Pair International Utah was a branch of a Delaware company, and I don't know who exactly owned that company. And this is all just to say, again, I wasn't able to directly link Jacque Bray to the class action lawsuits. But we do have some other names listed here. Okay, with some other names listed here on Au Pair Program USA. Remember, it used to be Michael Bray, but he's not listed anymore. Now it's Rebecca Roy, Jacque Bray, Jacque N. Bray, Jacque Bray, and Heather Isom, I-S-O-M. This is still not an active company, by the way. So those names I found to be interesting, Isom, I-S-O-M, and Rebecca Roy, because when you go up here, let's start here. This is from 1988. Happy golden anniversary. Van and Ruth Nielsen. Van and Ruth Nielsen, who were married in 1938 in Salt Lake City, did their 50th wedding anniversary. The hosts of this special occasion were their children, Michael and Jacque Bray, and Dale and Julie Bond. So Van and Ruth have 10 grandchildren. We would like to thank Dad and Mom for the love and a good example. So I'm like, wait, okay, this is just Jacque and Michael Bray being listed again together, but as children. But remember, in the newspaper, you have to pay per like line or word or whatever. So maybe they were just going short form. So that led me to looking up more stuff in the newspaper. Now, this is from 1969. We get engagement news. Nielsen Bray, Mr. and Miss Bar Van Ness Nielsen, announced the engagement of their daughter, Miss Jacque Nielsen, and Michael John Bray. Now remember, that obituary, that's Jacque right there, Jacque Nielsen. She's got the blonde hair. She's got the little side, profile smile, whatever. Very beautiful. I mean, comparatively to these other women, and they didn't have all this stuff we have today. So shout out to Jacque. I mean, she was working. She was slaying. So she gets engaged to Michael John Bray. Rest his soul, rest in peace. He's the son of Mr. and Mrs. Rex D. Bray of Warm Springs, Oregon. Oh, now we get a little Oregon connection. Because, that was another thing, too, I was always wondering. Why is it that Brandon Best, my allergies are acting up. Oof. Why is it that Brandon Best is over there in Oregon owning stores anyway? Can we get to that? He lives in Utah, Sandy, Utah. And Josh, too. Why are they over there in Oregon owning stores? Okay, yeah, Crystal was going to abandon the store or whatever, but that was Salem. He already owned a store in so-called in so-called Eugene, Oregon, which is an hour or more away if you're driving. So maybe there's a connection through Brandon's in-laws. Maybe there's a connection through Brandon's wife to Oregon. Maybe that, that's kind of okay, maybe. And again, this is just maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I'm just reading from a newspaper article from 1969 at this point. A Salt Lake Temple marriage is being planned for them. Miss Nielsen is going to BYU. She's a member of the French Alliance Club. Mr. Bray also attends BYU and is a member of the student council. So Megan Bess's parents, from what I can see, both went to BYU, which in and of itself, who cares? That's not that groundbreaking. Don't they all go to BYU? Well, yeah, but I mean, we're just kind of trying to find all the different pieces of information that might support the idea that this is Brandon Best's parents-in-law. And she has this French connection, the au pair thing. That's even a French word. She was in the French Alliance. They go to BYU. He was on the student government. I mean, he was really smart, that guy. Okay, so then the next year, about a year later, they get married. Jacque Nielsen and Michael John Bray were married Monday in the Salt Lake LDS Temple. A reception was given at the Shalimar Reception Center. A second reception is planned September 1st in Salem, Oregon. It appears as though there is a family connection between Brandon Best's wife and Salem, Oregon specifically. And so now I'm wondering, did Brandon Best actually have his eye on this Salem store? Because he had to be over there around Salem anyway. And as soon as it was any indication that he might be able to get his paws on it, he was over there that night with a U-Haul. Oh, wait, no, it was a U-Haul. It wasn't a U-Haul. Why are they having two receptions? Exactly. One reason you might have two receptions is it's really important to have it at the main LDS temple because your religion, but your family, maybe your old grandparents, maybe you have a home there, maybe you own land there, maybe, I don't know. Because at first I'm kind of okay, Brandon was just an innocent bystander. And then now I'm oh, wait, hold on. He got his mother-in-law had her wedding reception over there. His parents-in-law had a second special reception in Salem. The carriage house was the setting for the wedding breakfast. The bride, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Bar Van Ness Nielsen from Salt Lake City, is attending BYU, and the groom is also attending BYU. Okay, so then I found this other article about those Van Ness people, Nielsen. Now, interestingly, the name starts changing. All right, here we are. It says Van Ness. See, Mr. and Mrs. Bar Vaness Van Ness Nielsen. But then they start changing their name as the years go by. So over here now it's just Van Nielsen. Okay, we're not Van Ness anymore. We're just Van Nielsen. And this is the same guy. One younger picture, one older picture. In 1996, he passed away. Loving husband, father, and grandfather Van Nielsen has passed away peacefully September 24th, 1996. He was born in 1910 in Holiday to Hiram, and Hiram I think is a very Mormon name, and Virtue. That's actually kind of a cool name, Slay. Virtue Nielsen is her name. The youngest of 5 children, he was a lifelong resident of Holiday. He married his sweetheart Ruth, August 1938 in the Salt Lake Temple. So Megan Best comes from a long line of Mormons. They've been married for 58 years. There went my brush. He held numerous positions in the LDS Church. He founded Old Mill Products Company in 1930, successful career in real estate. He served in World War II in the ski troop, so he was in the military. He was an avid skier, fisherman, camper, and enjoyed life. Family meant everything to him. They always got to put that. Family first, everything, family, family. He was a lifetime member of the Sons of the Utah Pioneers. His family played an important role in the founding of Holiday. Okay, wait. So Brandon Best's wife comes from like a very prominent family. And I've heard this a lot. I've heard Brandon married into money. That's why he has that house, etc., etc. I got to go get my brush because I'm not going to be able to make it through this live stream. Hold on. Okay. No, the au pairs don't have to attend BYU. They actually weren't using the au pair service that much in BYU because the wives would stay home with the kids. Or in Utah because the wives would stay home with the kids. Okay, so this is a very prominent family. This is a very prominent family. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? The Van Ness guy? It's Jacque Nielsen's parents. Who's Jacque Nielsen? From everything I've been able to come up with, that's Brandon Best's mother-in-law. Brandon Best's mother-in-law, the lady he married, Megan's mama, comes from a very prominent family with ties to Salem, Oregon. But Holiday, what's the name of this town? Holiday, Holla. Played an important role in the founding of this little town or city. Survived by his wife, Ruth, his daughter, Jacque, and her husband, Michael Bray. Also, daughter Julie, and her husband, Dale Bond. Okay, so this gives us a little more insight into what this article said. So he had 2 daughters, Jacque and Julie. Jacque marries Michael, and Julie marries Dale, okay? And they're very prominent people. They're very prominent. Now, they had a whole bunch of kids. 6 of them from Julie. Heather and Doug Isom, or Isom. Rachel and Alan Muir. Brandon Bond, he's serving in Japan. Jeffrey Bray serving in France, Ryan Bond, Rebecca Bray, Lori Bond, Jason Bond. Okay. So the purpose here is to say there's a very prominent family. This is like a military guy, LDS. He had a bunch of positions with the church. He has 2 daughters, Jacque, who ends up being Brandon Best's mother-in-law, and another one, Julie. Jacque married Michael. They ended up getting divorced. Julie married Dale. Now, they have 11 grandkids. Who are the grandkids? Well, there are a bunch of them, but they include Heather and Doug Isom, Isom, and Rachel and Alan Muir, M-U-I-R. All right. Why do I care about that? Well, don't you remember the au pair program? Remember the names? I said, remember those names. Heather Esom, the grandchild of Jacque's dad. So this is either Jacque's, I'm assuming this is Jacque's niece, Heather. Okay. He was loved, funeral services, 1996, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, that is Van Nielsen, youngest of 5. His parents were Ruth. Oh, sorry, excuse me. That was his sweetheart. Hold on. It doesn't say who his parents were. Isn't that interesting? So who's this? Jacque Nielsen. Okay, so this right here is very interesting to me. Y'all are about to pass out. So why are we looking at this article right here from 2001? Well, because I was searching for the name Jacque Nielsen. 7 grandchildren, Taylor. And then I started seeing her name pop up. The weird thing is there's mention of American Fork, Utah. There's mention of LDS. Tell me why they're saying this man is from Saudi Arabia. Let me just read it to y'all. Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Our beloved husband, father, grandfather, and brother, Robert Zane Nielsen, 56 years old, died in 2001 in his home in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. He had a heart attack. He was born in 1944 in Utah, the son of Hugh Bryce and Palma Gote Nielsen. He graduated from North Silver High School in 1962, went to Snow College in Ephraim and the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. Isn't that where Marina Dore went? Where he received his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, his Master's in Engineering. Who is this guy? I don't know, but we're about to get to Jacque Nielsen. He worked in Saudi Arabia for the last 20 years for the Saudi Aramco Oil Company. He was very active in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Was this dude in the freaking CIA? He had many church callings. At the time of his death, he was a counselor in the Elders Quorum presidency of the ward genealogist in Saudi Arabia. He was the ward genealogist in Saudi Arabia. He loved to travel and see new places. He loved the mountains. His main hobby was genealogy and history. He developed an international self-directed group in Ras Tanura to help interested individuals with their genealogy. He enjoyed the mysteries and intrigues of searching the old records and visiting the places where his ancestors had gone. He had a great sense of humor, never-ending love for his family. He is survived by his wife, Jean of Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. His children, Tonya Jean, Randall, Michelle, and Lyndon. So he's kind of like worldwide. He has people all over the place. Houston, Kimberly Jane Nielsen of Saudi Arabia, Andrew George Nielsen of San Diego, Nancy Nicole Nielsen, and Monica Jacque Nielsen, both of Saudi Arabia. Jordan Brunson, Ian Holderman, Akasha Sky, Connor Seamus. This is an internationalized family. Bryce Nielsen, Hugh Nielsen, Bryce Nielsen of American Fork. So Monica Jacque Nielsen appears to be a different person. But what in the Saudi Arabia hell? And then this same family, these Nielsens, are very prominent. They have helped in establishing a town. And then these Nielsens also went into business with Jackie Bray with this au pair business, basically, I would say, shipping in young foreign women and helping them get their visas and stuff. And then what? Holding it over their heads? Or what? I mean, I'm not really sure. So this all kind of spawned from looking into Brandon Best. It all started because he made this address public. I wanted to know who owns it. Who owns that address? Looks like it's a house. Well, Jacque. But that brings in another hiccup. Because in the body camera footage that's now been made available from the whole Reckless Ben saga, there is a mention of Brandon Best's father-in-law. There is a mention of Brandon Best's father-in-law. And I'm scratching my head like this because why? That guy died. The father-in-law died. Michael Bray is dead. Unless, oh yeah, Jacque Butler is a married woman. That's what it said in that deed transfer from the Italianos to Jacque. She's married. So whoever she's married to, I'm assuming, has to have the last name Butler. Why else would her name be changed to Butler? So let me pull up that body cam footage and let y'all behold Josh Johnson for a moment. So this is body cam footage from this year, March 10th, 2026. And March 10th, 2026 is the day before the unconstitutional raid, but I think this is still the same day that Ben and his friends were like pulled over and messed with and stuff like that. It was like a 4-day ordeal from like the 8th to the 11th in American Fork and Provo and all of that. So let's start around the 30-minute mark. We're going to watch just a few minutes, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of this body cam footage.
I like how he can just lie to you guys. He's just straight face.
Let me start it a little bit further back.
Okay. Provo case 25 PR 26279.
Okay. What did you say they were pushing? Aggravated what?
It's like I can't remember exactly, but if I remember, it's very similar to aggravated economic interference or aggravated business interference or something along those lines. Though they, yeah.
So, you have Detective Duray or
Medina Dore.
Yeah, D-O-R-E.
Detective D-O-R-E.
Now, you know what's interesting in the redacted version of the body cam? I think they cut out her name.
I like how he can just lie to you guys. He's just straight face. Oh no, he owes me $200,000.
I like how he can just lie straight-faced.
And that's the thing is, we're on our side of things. We have to.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know Adam. You don't know it from Adam. You know what I mean?
Trying to determine everything based on both sides of the story, and
Oh, I'm trying to serve him papers. Yeah, I bet you are. With
He
a
really
YouTuber.
was, weirdo.
If I were a reputable law firm, that's it. Like, oh yeah, let the people that are.
If they're trying to serve papers, they're deputies from the sheriff's department, right? So you should be able to, like, the police should very easily be able to determine whether or not that's truthful, because if they're deputies, they have records, they have, like...
It says Oregon on it, so they don't have access to the Oregon records.
Right, but you don't bring somebody down as a service processor from Oregon. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
They have to, the service processor has to be hired in the state of service.
So that's where I think he's making some phone calls on that right now.
They are so stupid. Like, of all the things they were going to try to get Ben and them in trouble on, like, a fake process server is honestly, truly going to be the longest shot of all. You really just have to have somebody that's willing to be an adult, walk over and hand a friggin' thing. I mean, you can't be, like, too involved in the lawsuit. Like, that's, like, the one rule. It can't be, like, someone that's interested in the lawsuit. That's pretty much it.
You should encourage them to go to Sandy. Just like, hey, go.
You should encourage them to go to Sandy. Josh had the bright idea. Josh had the bright idea to tell the cop, to collude, in my opinion, with the cop. Oh, you should tell him to go to Sandy, Utah. Why?
Those guys aren't playing.
Somebody down as a service processor from Oregon. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
Listen.
They have to, the service processor has to be hired in the state of service.
So that's where I think he's making some phone calls on that right now.
Listen. He has the bright idea.
You should encourage them to go to Sandy. Just like, hey, go. Those guys aren't playing.
And this is also a subtle, but not that subtle, fuck you, excuse my language, to the Provo cops, or excuse me, the American Fork cops, because he's saying, well, if y'all are not going to arrest this guy for no reason, that means you're playing. You're playing. Because those guys over there in Sandy aren't playing. They're not playing. They'll arrest him. They're ready to arrest him. They're not playing. Y'all are playing over here because you won't do what I'm telling you to do, which is unconstitutionally and for absolutely no reason at all whatsoever, based on literally lies. Y'all aren't going to arrest him, so you're playing. But you know who's not going to play? The Sandy police. Interesting, Josh. Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that, Josh?
Phone calls on that right now.
You should encourage them to go to Sandy. Just like, hey, go. Those guys aren't playing.
Well, Sandy's got charges. Do they have charges on him?
Yeah, so she said, Brandon didn't dive into it, but she said, we've been trying to get this guy. He's we got other businesses and things that he's been. So they would love to get him. Love to get him. So
It might be worth.
They've got other businesses and stuff that Ben's, I guess, been looking into, which what other business would he be looking into? Girl, I don't know. But they would love to get him. Y'all aren't doing anything over here. Why don't you just send him over there to Sandy, because they will arrest him over there at where Brandon lives. Listen to the story.
Calling Sandy if they want us to take him and hold him.
Oh, you should. I'll show you a picture from last night. So, you know, they sat around my partner's house, and
They sat around my partner's house. That's Brandon Best. That's the business partner from the store, Brandon Best. They sat around his house.
oh, it's on this other channel. Because they had undercovers and everything. They waited for him to show up.
The Sandy police sat around undercover waiting for Ben to show up to Brandon Best's house. Does Brandon Best own that house? To my knowledge, no. The Jacque in Butler Living Trust owns the house.
And then a kid came to buy, this isn't a bad guy, this kid came to buy an auto part from my partner's father-in-law. And then the police, they just pounced, because they were thinking it was Ben and his team, right? So they pounced that kid, scared the crap out of him. because they had set up. They're like, we're just waiting because they came here.
Yeah.
So the cops were lying in wait outside Brandon Best's house, but some so-called, quote, kid came to buy an auto part from his partner's father-in-law. The father-in-law, isn't Michael Bray the father-in-law, right? Wouldn't he be the father-in-law? But he's dead? Well, not if Jacque, Megan's mama, was remarried. So now we're getting more mention of this supposed father-in-law.
Buy an auto part.
Look, there's a picture of it even. Let me see.
You should. I'll show you a picture from last night. So, you know, they sat around my partner's house, and oh, it's on this other channel because they had undercovers and everything. They waited for him to show up, and then a kid came to buy.
Okay, there's the kid, the supposed kid. He came to buy an auto part from the father-in-law. Interesting. Interesting that the father-in-law might be in the auto parts selling business. Keep that in mind because we've already got a little bit of like auto purchasing, like automotive, like car industry tingles on the outer edges of this story already from Reed Brimhall. Remember, he is the whatever he is, CFO or whatever of Driven Capital LLC, which provides financing for subprime auto loans. Now, that's not auto parts, but you know, there's already like a little twinge over there.
This isn't a bad guy. This kid came to buy an auto part from my partner's father-in-law.
Does he just go inside to hit the dab pin or what? I mean, what is the coughing? He said he's sick.
The police, they just pounced.
Look, oh my God, it's so funny. Ha 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 ha. The police, they just pounced. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. Ha ha ha.
Because they were thinking it was Ben and his team, right? So they pounced that kid, scared the crap out of him.
Ha ha
Because
ha
they
ha.
had set up. They're like, we're just waiting because they came here.
Yeah.
So they're like, we're waiting.
So the cops in Sandy were lying in wait. They were lying in wait to physically assault Ben. And they physically assaulted someone else who was minding his business, not doing anything wrong. Not that Ben was either, but like completely someone else. They were so ready to viciously, violently attack someone. They viciously, violently attacked someone else. And it was so hilarious to Josh. But again, who is this kid? It was somebody that went over there to their house to purchase an auto part from Josh's partner's father-in-law. Who is that? Who is Brandon Best's father-in-law as of 2026?
Waiting for them to come there because that's been their MO. They come here and then they go there. So they were fully expecting him to be there. And
And this was when?
just last night.
Hang tight for just 1 sec.
Yeah.
So that was supposedly on the 9th. There's another car, unmarked looking like. I mean, it is still obviously a cop car. Now, this is muted because whoever idiot with this body cam muted it. Okay, so, I mean, that's pretty much what I wanted to show y'all from that body camera footage. Yep, something related to auto parts. He said my partner's father-in-law. So let me go back to the web. That leads us to this situation. So we have a few indicators that Jacque is remarried. After the whole Michael Bray, she still remained friends with him, I guess, according to the obituary. They referred to her as Jacque Butler in the obituary, which was from 2008. And maybe it's a butler. We also have the indication that she's been remarried because in the public filings where she had been conveyed, or where she had conveyed the land, where the prior owners of that 2100, Cottonwood Heights, Sandy, Utah address that Brandon Best used on as the registered agent for Baker Bricks back in 2024, she conveyed that house, or it was conveyed to her from the Italisano couple, and they had conveyed it to her, Jackie Butler rather, a married woman. So she's probably married. And it's like, who is she married to? Well, let's see. Where do I want to go here? So we know about the au pair thing. We made it to that. Now, I think a strong contender for who Jackie remarried and who this father-in-law was, the auto part man, is a man by the name of Boyd Butler. And not only does Jackie come from a very prominent family, seemingly, these Nielsen's, but also this guy, Boyd Butler, has a little bit of claim to fame of his own. He's supposedly known as, quote, Mr. Gas. This is some of the evidence that I found that has to do with connecting Jackie and Boyd. One of them is the signature, you know how you go to a funeral and you can sign the guest book? This is like a guest book entry from Jackie Butler on a man named Ronald Kent Nelson. I don't know who this man is, but it says, "Oh, Jolene, we are so sad to hear this. You have been a great friend and a couple that we have always looked up to. We will see you at the viewing. Love you so much, Jackie and Boyd Butler." Okay, so maybe it's the new husband, right? Then there's this obituary from somebody who is a butler. So this is obituary from a guy named Ronald Nelson. This is obituary from somebody named John Jack Royal Butler. He passed away in 2013, surrounded by his family, blah, 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 blah. He married Darlene in the Salt Lake Mormon temple. Their parents have 4 children. Jack is survived by his wife, Darlene, and his son, Boyd. Okay. Now, right here next to Boyd, it says Jackie in parentheses. So again, Boyd and Jackie appear to be married on Boyd Butler's father's obituary. So Boyd Butler appears to me to be Brandon Best's father-in-law. Okay? There's other indications of this. Like, for example, when I typed in Jackie Butler in the public records search in Salt Lake County, a few properties show up, including that 2100 one. But another property that shows up is this one, 2438 redacted. And this is owned, and this is from 2026, the Boyd Lee Butler Living Trust. And the trustee of the trust is Jackie N. Butler. So it's starting to look to me like Jackie, Brandon Best's not only mother-in-law, but the owner, her trust owns Brandon Best's house that he lives in apparently. It's starting to look like she was born Jackie Nielsen. She got married in 1970 to a man by the name of Michael John Bray. She had 6 kids with him. Then they get divorced. One of the kids she had with him ends up married to Brandon Best. That's Megan. So Megan Bray, or possibly Nielsen, I don't know what her maiden name exactly is, but today, from all appearances, it appears her name is Megan Best because she married Brandon Best. So Jackie Nielsen marries Michael John Bray. She becomes Jackie Bray. They have this au pair company, which is huge for au pair companies. And even to this, or as of 2024, Jackie is still listed with some Brays on, or as a Bray on some filings with the government. But again, with the state government, Secretary of State. But again, that could have just been some holdovers. I don't know why it says 2024. And then she becomes Jackie Nielsen again. Or I don't know if she became Jackie Nielsen again. She's born Jackie Nielsen. She turns to Jackie Bray. She gets divorced after having 6 kids. One of the kids is Megan. Jackie Bray then at some point marries it looks like to me, Boyd Butler. And that's how we get the Jackie N. Butler Living Trust. Now, circling it back around to the bricks and the minifigs saga, Josh Johnson thought it was so hilarious that someone got tackled just trying to do some little Facebook marketplace deal or something and go purchase an auto part from what it seems to be Boyd Butler. So I don't know why. Does Boyd Butler live in the house? Does Brandon live in the house with Boyd Butler? What's like really going on? I just started to want to look more into it. But Jacque N. Butler is listed on as a trustee in the Salt Lake County records for the Boyd Lee Butler Living Trust. So this is like pretty much what I found so far as the relationship with the father-in-law and all of that. However, I found some other stuff I want to show y'all about Brandon Best specifically. Because the reason I spent so much time also, just to let y'all know, on this whole au pairs thing is to show Brandon himself may not be a mastermind. He may not be even particularly sophisticated when it comes to business stuff. But his in-laws, at least his mother-in-law, does have a fairly sophisticated entrepreneurial background. So that got me to, reorienting back over here to Brandon himself, right? Brandon himself. Here's some pictures of him. And, I was just looking at different things that I could find. This is I think this is a rocket reach thing. Director of Operations for the O'Neill Company. Now, look, Brandon in Sandy, Utah. Take this with a grain of salt. This is just from one of those like crawler services, I think. It just kind of like lets you know what has been listed. It's not foolproof. It could be wrong. In fact, and indeed, I have had little reports like this run on me, and they had stuff that was wrong, and it wasn't even like I wasn't associated with it at all. So, just take it with a grain of salt. But you can kind of start to get a sense of what I was trying to say earlier, where it's like, what exactly is this guy's skill set? Like, what is he doing? What does he do? Director of Operations for O'Neill and Company, Director of Operations for Salt Lake Imports. He was also the president of that. Director of Business Development for Wayfind EV. Co-founder and Director of Operations for Emerge Alite. Quality Manager and Lean and Performance Excellence at Discover Financial Services. Wait a second. Brandon Best had to do something to do with a financial services company? Hold on. It's starting to get weird out here. Not only that, health companies, Forever Health, Med Lab, Medical Horizons, and then T-Mobile. The education he has listed is he got a certificate in dietary supplement quality professional. What is it? Certified dietary supplement quality professional, whatever the hell that is. And then he went to University of Phoenix online school to supposedly get his MBA, which is a master's in business administration. But I don't know how you can get a master's if you don't have an undergraduate degree. So specifically, I was interested in these companies, right? O'Neill and Company, Salt Lake Imports, et cetera, et cetera. I found his LinkedIn, so let's go ahead and go to that. Oh, my allergies are acting up today. Whew. Okay, so Brandon Best, University of Phoenix. Now, what I find to be extremely interesting, his work experience, I'm pretty sure it used to say to present, but I can't remember for certain. So I'm just going to let that slide. But if you go to his, what if that was Joshua Johnson? It's not. If you go to his LinkedIn today, which I'm on right now, his work experience section just drops off. Like almost 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, January 2024. Now, what has he been doing since then? We know. Bricks and Minifigs. But as far as today goes, that's not listed on his LinkedIn, which I don't know why. So you can go back, and his actual LinkedIn itself does seem to mirror what we just saw on that little Rocket Reach thing. Retail store manager, T-Mobile, quality department manager, Medical Horizons, lab director for Med Lab, director of operations for Forever Health, collaborated with investors and the CEO and business owners. This is back in 2012, over 10 years ago. Regulatory compliance officer. Girl, what? He also then, from this health company, starts working. 6 months later, he gets the job as in financial services, quality manager, lean and performance excellence. He helped to develop and execute plans and programs that create high level of operational quality in 5 unique production areas. Provide regular reports on the operational control effectiveness evaluation, monitor and report Kaizen events for process improvement. Then the next job he had was actually a long time, 6.5 years. This is from 2013 to 2019. Emerja Light LLC co-founder and director of operations, managed real estate portfolios for high-end clients, accomplished by weekly meetings to discuss strategies and deliver weekly progress reports to clients and investors. What in the legally real estate mind, guardian law hell? This increased visibility to all projects, scouted out and worked with wholesalers and developers to find and acquire pre-market inventory opportunities for new real estate projects. Huh? Wait, how did he go from a T-Mobile to a medical job for 8 years, quality department manager for 8 years, Medical Horizons? So 10 years he worked in medical, 11 years he worked in medical, and then boom, financial services. Huh? Then he co-founds this real estate portfolios thing, and then director of business development at Wayfind EV. That was another 3 years, almost 4 years. One more month, he would have made 4 years. And then you get this job, Salt Lake Imports, from June 2019 through June 2023, oversaw and managed all business operations. Okay, so he was a big deal at the Salt Lake Imports, using the entrepreneurial operating system as the visionary and implementer for the company, created all for one attitude for business partners, team members, customers. This is a car lot, by the way. Just a car lot. Salt Lake Imports. Now, he stops doing that in June 2023 after 4 years at that place, Salt Lake Imports. And then he starts at this O'Neill and Company. All right. And again, it doesn't say anything on his actual LinkedIn page specifically about the bricks and the minifigs. But we know from the lawsuits and from business records that he does. Golly, sorry. My nose is really so itchy today. My eyes are watering. I'm having an allergy attack or something. Okay. So let's go back to the web. Let me show you the Salt Lake Imports thing. So here's this O'Neill and Associates. I found this a while back. This is like one of the few things that I did actually already have over here on Brandon. The owner was, or the CEO, I should say, was or is Carrie O'Neill. Product and engineering is Dan Herbert, transportation and design or something. And then operations is Brandon Best, director of operations under Carrie O'Neill. It had 15 employees. The company management team includes Carrie O'Neill. Again, this is like one of those like little rocket reach, like crawler type things. This don't take with as a fact, just take with a grain of salt. This is one of those kind of things like this, where it sort of like just compiles what's out there. And again, it says that he is right now the director of operations. But if you go to his actual LinkedIn, it does not say that. It says he stopped working there in 2024, which does beg the question, girl, what you been doing since? So that brings us over here. I did a little bit of research on Salt Lake Imports, and this is where it starts to get a little stinky, I'll say. It starts to smell a little rancid, okay? So first of all, I went to the reviews, and it says, this is from 2021, important to note this business is under new management within the past year. That was Brandon becoming the manager. Everyone is awesome. Tyler greeted us warmly and answered our initial questions with patience and kindness. Brandon was especially helpful with the car buying process, and he was dedicated to getting the best financing. Hello? Dedicated to getting the best financing. Who was? Brandon. Hold on now, hold on now, hold on now. Brandon's helping people get financing. Was it through, for example, Driven Capital LLC? I didn't find any evidence that that's what it was. But don't forget, Reed Brimhall is the CFO, or was, of a company that helps people who ordinarily wouldn't be able to get car loans get car loans. So now you have this Salt Lake Imports, and specifically in a review, Brandon getting mentioned by name as helping with the financing. He was extremely knowledgeable and made the process painless and seamless. We're very happy with our new electric car and our overall experience with Salt Lake Imports. We'll definitely come here again. And guess who made a review? Right around that same time in 2021. Jacque Butler. Jacque Butler. I bought my new hybrid BMW from Salt Lake Imports during COVID. It was the easiest car buying experience ever. Brandon was great to work with and made everything simple. He even delivered my car to my front doorstep. I would highly recommend this dealership to everyone. Well, Jacque left out that was her son-in-law. Maybe that's why he drove the car over there. Jacque left out that she owns his home through her trust in her review. I put, what in the targeted undisclosed ad, hell? What in the undisclosed ad? This is the picture it came. That's her BMW that Brandon drove over there. He has experience with repossessions, Kevin said, especially of doing subprime loans. Isn't this a classic? Isn't it a classic owner reviewing their own business type of thing? Kind of looks like it. I mean, I do have, if there even was a car, Brian said, if there even was a car. Anyone can do process improvement. Right. So let's go back up to Salt Lake Imports. We got Jacque Butler doing a review. She's not disclosing that that's her son-in-law or that she owns the house that he lives in or that her trust does. Now, I did go to their Facebook page, and when you go to Salt Lake Imports, they have these like motivational, kind of like Legally Mine-esque type of posts. Look, reading books can be done for many different reasons. Some people read to escape, some to learn, some to relax. Not all readers are leaders, all leaders are readers. Who Moved My Cheese? Mindset, the new psychology of success. Quitter by John Acuff. Good to Great by Jim Collins. So like, what in the hell is the used car lot posting this shit for? Excuse my language. And, close now. This is the car lot. This is what it looks like supposedly today. He don't own this anymore, it doesn't look like. Or maybe he does, but it's like now defunct. This is what he had said that he did do there. Oversaw and managed all business operations, utilizing the entrepreneurial operating system, creating an all-for-one attitude for business partners. Who was the business partner? Was it Jacque Butler? I don't know. Team members, customers. This was accomplished by maintaining customer relationships, resulting in customer satisfaction, managed operations, including after sales, titling, sales tax, employee and partnership management, vendor relationships management, payroll, hired and released employees, so fired, invented methods to sell cars. Huh? Invented quick and easy methods to sell cars, maximized efficiency of the business, owned all HR and accounting operations for the company, including processing payroll, finding talent, holding interviews, hiring, onboarding, training, exit interviews, transitioning team members to new roles, filed and paid taxes, executed weekly and monthly bookkeeping, and reconciled year-end tax resolutions. Now, let's go to the website. Um, and this car lot appears to be, no longer called Salt Lake Imports, if it's even existing at all at this point. But this part right here really caught my attention. So it says inventory, financing, and then visit us. So when you go to financing, it's just an application here. And it doesn't say who is doing the financing, but I'm wondering, this is a credit application. We collect personal information, non-public, may disclose this information to our affiliates, a financial institution. So this is how they do the financing. And you can just apply for financing. So I'm like, okay, they were financing, and then it's bringing back to my mind this whole Reed Brimhall being involved in Driven Capital LLC. It's reminding me of the fact that Bricks and Minifigs claims they don't do financing, but they do financing, as is evinced in the agreement that they made with Crystal Law. So that's all just for the car lot, but the car lot is no longer. He says, he's no longer doing that for the car lot or whatever on his LinkedIn. But that's not the only car thing going on here. Remember, this was another company he claimed to be involved in. Freelance, director of business development for like 4 years, Wayfind EV, electric vehicle. Wayfind, what the hell is this? Yeah, so see this W right here? Hold on. Oh, it's raining outside. Okay. So this is Jackie's Facebook. Jacque Butler. Now, remember this MedQuest, because we're going to come back around to that. But as you can see on her friends, which are public, you have Brandon Best. Now, when you go to Brandon Best's Facebook profile and you look at his profile picture, you see this watermark here. And it's a W. It's a very stylistic W. Look kind of like a butt. And then it's got the circle, right? So that's Brandon Best picture. So when you go to wayfindev.com, which is listed on his LinkedIn, Wayfind EV, they also have that W with the butt. What the hell is this? Wayfind event, collective, buy, Wayfind vehicle, sell, Wayfind vehicle, build an electric vehicle, and then about. So let's go to the about. Who is this? Is this Brandon? Oh, is that a Brandon picture? Is that Megan? Thought it was a stock photo. Might be Brandon. That chin is very recognizable. Oh my God, girl. Take the flats off on the beach. Okay, so Wayfind, well done. You found your electric vehicle destination. It's how you get oriented, exactly what you have to do for your electric vehicle. We want to formally say, welcome to the family. No, thank you. I don't want to be in your family. We've been on dawn patrol for you and are ready for the strong electric tide rolling in. We know you live deliberately, you trust your gut, you seek adrenaline spelled wrong, and innovation. You are ready to join the revolution. You're a driven, wise soul that is intentional with your time and money. What the hell? I'm supposed to be learning about them, and they telling me about, look, this is the About Us page. Girl, you just telling me about me. Join us here in the professional, streamlined, and efficient fast lane. Join the Wayfind way of buying, selling, and customizing electric vehicles. So he went from buy, sell, trade electric vehicles to buy, sell, trade Legos. Let's pull the ripcord and let this market fly. Who is Michael? Tyler and Michael Best. Husband and wife. We built Wayfind on business purpose, not a business plan. We are driven by discovery. Discovery in the lawsuit, discovery. Wayfind speaks to us. We have navigated our way through life's peaks and valleys. So this must be some type of, if it's Tyler, this must be Brandon Best's brother. Now, we did already hear about Tyler before at the Salt Lake imports, right? So this appears to be like Brandon Best's maybe brother that he went into business with. And it's not just the Salt Lake imports. It's also the Wayfind EV. Now, what I'm trying to figure out, is this an electric vehicle car lot? Or is this an electric vehicle car lot sales company? Are they buying and selling not cars, but car lots? That's a question. Look, you found your electric vehicle destination. Navigate, you know exactly what you will do. Welcome to our family. You're a driven, wise soul that's intentional with your time and money. That's where you belong. Here, we're reckoning with electric and thinking radically different. We distilled the whole EV experience. You buy, you sell, you build, you navigate this industry here. You are the captain, and this is your electric helm. It's not written like somebody that's just coming to buy one car. Leave the Cheshire smiles, bad khakis, and slimy handshakes to old automotive business models. See, business models. Join us here in the professional, streamlined, and efficient fast lane. Join the way of buying, selling, and customizing vehicles. Let's let this market fly. Again, it sounds like something that they're trying to do to... Are they selling businesses? This would seem like, okay, it would start, if so, it would make a lot more sense how he ended up in the buy, sell, trade business for Legos. I need a TV show about this. You watching it? You're watching it. They do love a run-on sentence. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. What? Yes. You buy, you sell, you build. Very Lego-y. It does seem that way. Now, what I will say, it does appear as though what's his name is Tyler is kind of like the owner over there. And Brandon was the one who owned the Salt Lake imports. It doesn't appear as though that is like now a functioning, running company, but that brings us back to Miss Jacque. Okay, Miss Jacque Nielsen Butler. Jacque Nielsen Bray Butler. Okay, so again, even to this very day, on this very day, Brandon Best's Facebook says that he was the operations officer or an operations officer from March 21st, 2019 to present. Okay. But he hasn't posted anything since 2020 on this Facebook page. So, I mean, maybe he lost the password. Maybe, I don't know, girl. I don't know. But let's back to Jacque. You see how on Jackie's Facebook page, she went to the University of Utah. Although it did appear as though I think she went to BYU on the newspaper articles we found. So maybe there is a Jacque Nielsen and a Jacque Butler. Again, I'm not 100% sure Jacque Nielsen and Jacque Butler mentioned in Michael Bray's obituary are two different people or if they're the same person. But it says she lives in Cottonwood Heights. She's from Salt Lake City. And she's founder and owner of MedQuest Pharmacy. All right. She's friends with Brandon Best. I'm pretty sure this is the same Jacque Butler. And so let's just take a look at this newspaper article that I found about the MedQuest Pharmacy girl. Because we're about to venture right into Lima Yevrimovich hell. Here's an article from 2001 in the Salt Lake Tribune. It says, a shot of youth. Salvador de la Cruz, a pharmacist at MedQuest Pharmacy Incorporated, examines the stockroom of custom-made pharmaceuticals. MedQuest is a compounding pharmacy that makes special drug combinations for physicians around the nation. It specializes in anti-aging drugs. Now, this is strange to me because Jacque Bray has already been listed as being in this au pair industry. Okay, so, okay, fine. But now she's in the anti-aging compounding pharmacy making up medicine mixes industry. As of a long time ago, y'all, this was 2001. Midvale's MedQuest Pharmacy capitalizes, cha-ching, on growing market for anti-aging drugs. Dawn Muir, now that name might sound like it's out of nowhere, but it's not. We already ran across some Muirs. Remember over here? Remember this guy? Mr. Salt Lake Temple, Mr. Helped to found Holiday. This is Jackie's dad. They had some Muirs in this obituary. Alan Muir, Rachel Muir. Okay, so Muir is a name that we have seen. So down here in the MedQuest Pharmacy, there's another Muir. This one's name is Dawn. Believes she has discovered the fountain of youth, and Ponce de Leon surely would be surprised to learn it flows from a business park in Midvale. A spotless laboratory discreetly tucked away in one of a half dozen reflective glass buildings in Union Park Avenue, has become a preeminent source of drugs prescribed by some doctors as anti-aging elixirs. MedQuest Pharmacy Inc. and its affiliated Pinnacle Labs, okay, Pinnacle Labs, I haven't even looked into yet, were founded by Chief Executive Jacque Bray 5 years ago. Why did she found it? Because she wanted to help people? No, fuck no. It was because she wanted to capitalize on fast-growing yet still experimental niche, in medicine that characterizes aging as a disorder of dysfunctional metabolism and advocates hormone replacement therapy as a treatment. This is in 2001. She said more than 10,000 customers in Utah and nationwide use MedQuest's website to order human growth hormone, testosterone, progesterone, melatonin, and other drugs. She was selling hormones online in 2001. Human growth hormone and testosterone. The hormones are prescribed by some of the 2,500 physicians the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine estimates practice longevity medicine in the United States. Muir of Salt Lake City is a typical MedQuest customer, but also probably somehow related. Related to Jacque. They're going to leave that part out. She's a typical customer, keeping it all in the family. A group made up of mostly aging baby boomers whose anticipated consumption patterns as they grow older make them a formidable market force. New census figures released this past week show Americans approaching retirement age make up the fastest growing age. And then the article kind of falls off. It ends there. So, this is the Tyler Best article. Not only does Brandon Best have a very interesting, sort of grifty, vague-looking work history, so it turns out does his presumptive mother-in-law who owns his house. So what in the hell is really going on here is my question. Is this woman a doctor? It does kind of seem like she could be because of this article I found. Now, if she is, she don't put doctor in front of her name too much. Let's go to this article. if it'll come up. There we go. No, I don't want to accept no cookie. Get away. Bitch. This is from 2010. Jacque Butler improves medical treatments. Oh, does she? Jacque Butler accomplished the difficult task of helping to bring an alternative type of medicine into the mainstream. Butler, CEO of North Salt Lake's MedQuest Solutions, was a patient taking bioidentical hormones when she announced to her doctor that she was quitting the regimen. She explained that though the treatment made her feel better, she was tired of never being able to count on a consistent product. That doctor asked Butler if she thought she could do any better, and she said she could. She hired experts in the field committed to best practices in production and ingredient quality, and she founded this company, MedQuest. As she saw opportunities to grow the company in ways consistent with its early focus, she took them. MedQuest Pharmacy specializes in providing customized prescriptions in any dosage with tailored delivery systems ranging from capsules to gels, suppositories, and injections. NutraScriptives manufactures pharmaceutical quality supplements. Okay, so who's NutraScriptives? That's another one I need to look up. Hold on. Oh, good. They also have a software company. Bitch, please. NutraScriptives manufactures pharmaceutical quality supplements, and Medical Horizons focuses on nutritional and herbal products, as well as research and development, custom formulation, and private labeling. The company's eMed Plus software system, again, they have a software system, helps doctors streamline office workflow, while WorldLink Medical offers hands-on small group learning experiences for doctors to exchange information and ideas. MedQuest also operates as a testing service that provides lab services, including specialty hormone panels. In other words, Butler's vision of her company as a one-stop shop for physicians specializing in aging issues has come to pass. So she has all these companies within companies. Shell within put a goofy card number 4 and goofy card number 6. She has the pharmacy. She has the company that manufactures the supplements, which is NutraScriptives. Medical Horizons, which focuses on nutritional and herbal products and research and development. They also have WorldLink Medical. They also have eMed Plus. Okay. So this brings me back to Brandon. Okay. Medical Horizons, managed department, approve and create standard operating procedures. Now, again, I don't think it says Medical Horizons. Yeah, Medical Horizons, look. Medical Horizons is one of Jacque Butler's companies. Now, this article is from 2010. Focusing on what? Nutritional and herbal products, as well as research and development. Medical Horizons is one of her companies for this MedQuest pharmacy. So if you go to Brandon Best's own LinkedIn, he worked there for 8 years for his mother-in-law's company. She owns his house. Her trust owns his house. He was the quality department manager. Managed the department, approved and created operating procedures, processed controls, participated in the meetings, approved the releases of products, audited the vendors, and stayed updated on regulation changes. So this is his first job after he was a retail sale manager at T-Mobile. Immediately, he starts working at this medical company called Medical Horizons for 8 years. And now we're finding out that that's his mother-in-law, apparently, I believe that's his mother-in-law. It's her company. He then goes on to work at Med Lab. Design lab, established business practices, hired, trained, and managed staff, and he trained on all equipment, and he confirmed safety and quality. Then, after 2013, he moves on to the financial services part of the business. But I am wondering, is this Med Lab the lab? MedQuest also operates a testing service that provides lab service. So is this MedQuest lab? Is this the one? They were testing people's hormones, which is fine, whatever. Sometimes you need to get your hormones checked. I know a lot of people are on hormones. I'm not trying to say anything's bad about that, but like, what are these people doing? Is it medical? Is it car lots? Is it Lego stores? Is it real estate? It's just a bunch of what's going on here. Then he goes back, he goes to Forever Health, collaborated with investors, served as a regulatory compliance officer. What in the hell? Then he moves on to financial services. Then he moves on to real estate. Then he moves on to car lots. Then director of operations for O'Neill and Company. And then, as we know, he moves on to the bricks and the minifigs. So what in the hell's really going on? Thank you to Zoom with Smokey Bear for the $2. Please read your email. I will do so in a little bit. Thank you so much to Kay. Did you find Brandon's 2 businesses that were backed by Jacque Butler? I found Wayfind. Yeah. Thank you for the $5. Thanks so much to KT Lynn for the $2. Look at Wayfind EV on social media, Facebook. Life is Electric. 2 reviews. Who reviewed it? Oh, Lord. Who's this? Oh, that must be Tyler. Ty. Been building cars since he was able to hold a flashlight. He built this challenging thing based on his own idea. Thanks, Jerome Andre. Just looking at the pictures for the Wayfind. Oh, this was their retreat. That looks like Brandon. We sell and drive electric vehicles because the older and stronger the pull is to be in the arena and be the game changers. If you agree and you're done with just being impressed about the updates of unmanufactured electric vehicles, then come over to Wayfind, join us now, and start driving today with us. No reservations, no delays. That must be Tyler Best. He does resemble Brandon Best. So was this like one of the suppliers for the Salt Lake Imports business? This is the OG, Ty's dad. Is this Brandon Best's dad? Ho, 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 ho. Ty's dad taught him how to hold a wrench and crawl under a car before he could even walk. Cars are thick as blood around here. What? Enthusiasts before experts, passion before business. Huh. The OG, they say. Brandon Best and Tyson Swaite. Oh, there's Brandon. Wait, is that him? Yeah, there he is. This is 2019. I'm just kind of scrolling around the Wayfind electric vehicle. Girl. Is this Brandon? Looks like him. Yeah, look. Brandon Best. Says it on his name tag right there. Is that Megan Best? I don't know what she looks like, by the way, the wife. At the auctions this week, we handpick our vehicles that we bring to the electric market because we drive them daily. Interesting. I think that must be Brandon's wife, Megan. That must be Jackie's daughter. Gosh, come on. Hold on. I'm stuck here. Okay. This looks like Brandon. As far as fully electrics go, this is an epic family vehicle. Brandon and Tyler do look alike, so especially as I start going further back, I don't really know who's who. That looks like him, though. Yeah, Fix It Bumblebee is another one of his companies that is associated with him. Tyson, you're the proud owner of a shirt. Send us your information. Okay. Look, there's Brandon. New faces, who dis? We are expanding and growing. Meet Meg. Yep. She is the getaway car. Oh, shit, girl. She is your speed dial when you're in a dark alley. Holy shit. Oh, my God. Meg, the getaway car. She's your speed dial when you're in a dark alley. She's fierce and kind, the type that will open her arms, home and mind and heart to anyone. She's dedicated. She dives into the deep end. She's mentally and physically strong. Meet Brandon. He's the kind of guy that is always in your corner, even if you get knocked out of the rink. He will be there picking up tattle to throw him in the trash. Help you fight again. He is the ultimate coach because he leads by contribution and example. He caught Wayfind's vision from the very beginning, and this is his brother's company. Okay, so I don't understand why that's not being disclosed. I don't guess it has to be, but I find it to be pretty interesting that this is like his brother and his sister-in-law, and he's like, look at our new team. Meet the team. This must be Tyler with the longer hair. He does look like Brandon. They resemble each other. Okay, so this company obviously was mentioned in connection with Brandon Best. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat and for that tip to go and look. Thank you to Kay for the $5 super chat. Salt Lake Imports was a small car lot to funnel car stuff for Wayfind. MedLab is stuff from Jackie helping him. Okay. He also got a PPP loan. Thank you for the $2 super chat, KT Lynn. Always get hung up trying to pronounce that name. Thank you for the $2. He also got a PPP loan for Salt Lake Imports. Interesting. Good to know. Thank you, MJ, for the 6 gems and makeup brush, as well as Amanda. Thank you for the 6 gems and makeup brush. Thank you, KT Lynn, for the $2 super chat. The med jobs and the Inneralite are Jackie things. Okay. Thank you to Stamp Approved. Yeah, I know. I saw that body cam footage did come out. Maybe we'll watch it together tomorrow or the next day. I'm going to definitely watch it after I get off this live stream, but I have to do a whole nother show later after the David trial, preliminary hearing rather, lets out today. So maybe we can watch like 1 or 2 together, depending on how long it takes me to wrap up this Brandon Best research. But let me tell y'all, thank you for the $2. Let me tell y'all, this Brandon Best aspect of things is only about 1 of 2 or 3 legs of research I did yesterday. I also looked into Dan McNeff again, and I think I found something where Dan McNeff might still be making money through Legally Mine off of bricks and minifigs. That's a whole nother revelation that I found yesterday, digging through the business records, as well as I looked into the Joshua Aaron Johnson aspect of things, and I found some very mysterious deaths surrounding him. Okay. Now, I'm not going to be getting into the Dan or the Josh stuff today on today's show, but that is something y'all have to look forward to. So make sure that you are subscribed. I am going to be going over that probably this week. Thank you, Rusty, for the 10 gems. Thank you to Dream Sigils for the 6 gems and 6 gems again. Thank you to JMCYN Cousino for the 6 gems and makeup brush. Thank you to Karina for the 6 gems makeup brush. Thank you to Dream Sigils for another 6 gems makeup brush. Thank you to Gracious Tea for the 2 gems silver star. And thank you to I Love Cannabis Coffee 96 for the 10 gems and gold coin. Yeah, I don't know exactly what time I am going to be going live on the David stuff. It actually is going to depend quite a bit on what time the preliminary hearing gets out for the day. And, the people have come out of there and been reporting on it. But it'll be later this afternoon. I'm thinking probably around like the 5 o'clock, 5:30 range Eastern time. Okay, so we got the Jackie Butler of it all. Okay. And let me go back to the web. Actually, I thought this, just what I already covered, was going to take like 4 hours, and it's only taken 2 hours, 40 minutes, thank God. Now, I also found it interesting that Jackie Butler has only ever done 3 Facebook reviews at all, and one of them was this one right here. I bought my hybrid car, my BMW, from Salt Lake Imports during COVID. It was the easiest car buying experience ever. And she like didn't say that it was her freaking son-in-law that and her tenant that sold her the car and drove it over there. But she's only done 3 reviews. One was that, Salt Lake Imports, and then 2 other ones. One was for a medical clinic. Dr. Clark knows what he's doing. I've been to 3 other doctors and figured out what was wrong immediately. And then this hospice place, Elevation Hospice Mobile Primary and Palliative Care of Utah. Very caring and available for any questions. We found them professional and easy to work with. They immediately saw the needs of our mother and took care of them, the needs, professionally, very caring, would highly recommend them. I have used 2 other companies with other family members, and Elevation is the best by far. Isn't that interesting? She's like, I've been to 3 other doctors. I used 2 other companies, but this one's the best by far. And we do know that there's it does appear that there's an obvious connection between Jackie Butler / Jackie Bray / Jackie Nielsen and Brandon Best. So I just have to wonder, this Elevation Hospice, does she have some connection here? Or Granger Medical Clinic, does she have some connection between them that she's not disclosing as well? I mean, I just have to wonder. Yeah, for hospice. Thanks so much to Scott for the 200 gems and the flow state emoji. Thank you, Big Black Dog, for being a member for a month. You say you're going to get bored eventually and move on, but this is a never-ending rabbit hole. It always seems like that until it's over. Thank you to Chanel for the 450 gems and the butterfly. Okay, so let me see. All right. I want to look at, let's take a look actually at some of that new body camera footage. Before we do that, I need to take a brief break. And I'll be back in 1 minute or so. Okay. So there's some new body camera footage, supposedly. I'm saying supposedly because I have not had a chance to watch it. It went up online about, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes before I went live today. Yeah, exactly. No, I know. Norm. It was not a scheduled takeover. I know, they're crazy. They just say anything, right? Okay. So I do want to give a shout out to the person who apparently has like requested this body camera footage and also made it available for the public for free. Oh my God, I need to take a freaking Benadryl. Whew, my allergies, like everything itches. My eyes were watering earlier too. Okay. Who posted this? It was Chris Reports Things. Now, this Chris Report Things person has really done a really great job on making things available for the public. He's mostly does stuff on like Reddit, but I'm supposing now he's also been in the past trying to live stream the hearings, which I've also kind of like looked into doing, but like, I don't know, it just seems like I just don't want to be on any lists, you know what I mean? So he said, I have a gently used journalism degree and existential dread. Shout out to him. Right now, I'm a bit hyper focused on the whole brick and minifigs thing. Girl, you and me too. Mostly a public records nerd. I created this channel to live stream future court hearings. I'm also working on synced body cam to show redactions and a couple other little projects. So shout out to him. I did go ahead and give him a subscribe. Let me sign into my other channel, although I don't think he's probably not monetized yet, but if y'all want to go give him a subscribe, it's Chris Reports Things. And look at this. 3 hours ago, he posted 4 different body cam. And this really caught my attention. This one's an hour long. It appears to be... Woo, this is the day of the unconstitutional raid, by the way, with the guns drawn. This is the 11th of March. But there's some newer stuff, too. And these are shorter. So let's just start with the newer one first, even though it is going out of order. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch like a whole entire 58-minute video on today's live stream. I've already been live for almost 3 hours as it is. But I think we can at least make our way to one of these. Let's watch this one first. Here's one from the 29th, May 29th. Here's one from May 30th. And here's one from May 31st. So 3 days in a row in May. Now this one posted 3 hours ago. All of them were posted 3 hours ago. Bricks, it says, McNeff extended family harassed, wants nothing to do brothers business dealings. Okay, what is this? Body cam 30-second buffer, no audio captured. So they're saying no audio captured. Let me subscribe on this channel too. So there's no audio right now. He's letting us know. Subtitles are not guaranteed to be correct. They are machine generated with some corrections added and disfluencies removed. Y'all, it only has 105 views. So I'm just saying, go and support this channel. Shout out to him for making this available. This must mean, in my opinion, it means that he requested this body camera footage. He made it available and he has been doing the work on the Reddit as well. He's the one who I believe requested all of those UCC reports and things like that. So again, this is from May 29th. The title of the video is McNeff Extended Family Harassed. Wants nothing to do with brothers' businesses. Wants nothing to do brothers' business dealings. So who's the extended family?
You have reached Provost 311 Service Center.
Para español, presione el número 3.
To report a power outage or water emergency, please.
That is not the correct number.
Reporting traffic.
Wait, can y'all hear it? Hold on. I always get paranoid that y'all can't hear it. So let me... just make sure y'all can hear it. So far, nothing's happened. He's just dialing numbers. Okay, y'all can hear it. Okay.
North of the library. Victor 42. Copy 100 North State.
This is Officer Steenblick with Orem Police.
Hi.
Hey, I got a message to give you a call about some texts that are coming through.
Yeah. Texts that are coming through to my son.
Okay.
So, what do you need to know?
Well, what are the texts?
Who is this person?
They are regarding my brothers. My two brothers own a business.
Okay. There is a third McNeff brother that never gets talked about. I think his name's Gabriel/Gabe. I have been looking into him as well. But apparently Gabe's son received some text messages. So Ammon and Matt's nephew, apparently. This guy's saying, that's my brothers. They own Bricks and Minifigs.
Minifigs. And a YouTuber exposed them for something shady that went down. And they've all received death threats.
I have a whole documentary coming out tomorrow on BJ Investigates about the death threats. A whole documentary investigation into that.
The online communities.
Also, obviously, nobody better be sending no death threats. And if you do, you should probably go to jail. I really don't think they have received death threats. I think they're lying. But if they have, that's not cool. And that should be investigated. No one should send death threats to anybody for any reason. Although, if anybody did make any death threats, it sounded to me like Joshua Aaron Johnson was the one making the death threats when he said that if they come back to his house, he's going to brap, brap, or whatever he said. But I digress.
And their children. And it hasn't been until yesterday or the day before the online community started researching deeper and finding
That's that hard way.
us siblings.
And finding what?
Us siblings.
Well, actually, I mean, that's a little misleading because in the lawsuit, which was filed on May 27th against Ben and Reckless Ben and Victor and all them, Josh and the rest of them put in the names of some of their siblings. So it's like, yeah, I mean, people started researching it, but that was 2 days before this started happening. So yeah, when your family sues people and puts the names of some of the siblings of some of these plaintiffs in the papers, it does make people curious. Like, okay, who else is the siblings? Who else is associated with these people? Who else is, doing this stuff? Now, does that mean that it makes it okay to like contact people's kids? No. Or make a death threat? Obviously no. But I don't know. Like, I was prepared to like let Gabe have a pass. I was prepared to let him just like sit there and eat his food. But here he is. And putting out, these allegations like the online community is threatening to unalive people, this and that, and they're researching. So it's like, hold on. All these squirrely ass little bitches don't even want people talking about Ammon and Josh without calling and acting like they got a death threat too. Now, this is on May 29th that this call came in. This is 2 days after the lawsuit got filed. So maybe that has something to do with the fact that people were looking into this family because they filed a completely frivolous, in my opinion, slap suit against Ben and Brian Mansell and them, but I digress.
Extended family
Okay.
of my two brothers. And I think the text was meant to come to me because they contacted a couple of my sisters already. And the phone number my son has used to be registered in my name.
Okay.
So, so my son got woken up this morning around 9 by a couple of phone calls from an unlisted number on his phone.
Okay.
And he answered the last one,
Okay.
but nobody responded on the other side.
Okay. So what's the problem? Why are we calling the cops?
And then the other end hung up, right? And then my son got a text instructing him to relay information to my brother, which we have no dealings with.
Okay.
Actually,
Again, I'm just really wondering why in the hell this is a this is a situation that law enforcement needs to be dragged into. So far the allegation is my son got a call this morning at 9 o'clock in the morning, which isn't that early. Let me see what day of the week was May 29th, 2026. A Friday. So 9 o'clock on a Friday, the son gets a call, which, don't call people's kids, but the son gets a call 9 o'clock in the morning on a Friday from an unlisted number, which when I get a phone call from an unlisted number, I just block. I just don't answer. I just don't answer the phone call. But apparently the number called a few times. The son picks up the phone finally. Hello. There's no answer. There's no one talks, rather. Hello. Nobody says anything. The person hangs up. And then a text message comes through. And the text message says, hey, tell Ammon McNeff, blah, 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 blah. Now, what does the text message exactly say to tell Ammon McNeff? This guy, I guess his name's Gabriel, doesn't bother mentioning that to the cops. So, so far, it doesn't really seem like something that the cops really need to be involved with at all in the first, almost 4 minutes of the call. But, there's another 11 minutes or so. Maybe it heats up. Maybe there's something that would substantiate this call to the police. Let's see.
I don't associate with my brothers.
Now, that's interesting information. He said he does not associate with the brothers. So there must really be some type of fracture in this family.
Very often, I don't agree with a lot of the things they do.
Okay.
I have nothing to do with their business.
Okay. Good to know.
I have almost less to do with their personal lives,
Gotcha.
He said, I have nothing to do with their business and almost less than that to do with their personal life. I don't know what they're doing over there.
But my son, who's 13, got a text that says, which is my older brother,
Tell
CEO of
Ammon.
the company, do the right thing or Lego will drop him. They may still drop him even if he does. HQ in Connecticut has been informed, and HQ in Denmark is being informed.
Uh-oh.
Do the right thing. God bless.
Do the right thing. Okay, that's who cares. I don't care. Like that, you didn't need to call the cops for that. That was the stupidest shit in the world to call the cops over. The son got the son, which sure, don't text a 13-year-old. Just press the block button. It's very easy. Tell Ammon Lego is going to drop them if he doesn't do the right thing. Do the right thing, Ammon. So we had to call the cops for that? Girl, come on. Talk about the boy who cried wolf over and over in these McNeffs.
So, I'm concerned
For what?
that
whole family, and I mean this with all due respect, needs to have their brain scanned or however the diagnostic test goes for paranoia. Like, this is the most paranoid family I've ever seen. I mean, they border up there with like the Takali Yavrimoviches, okay? Like, someone texted him after this is between, also, by the way, this is between part 1 and part 2. Part 2 came out the next day, May 30th. So it's not that they have received a death threat. It's that this guy thinks that maybe in the future someone might threaten them. So he's calling the cops. He didn't get threatened. His son didn't get threatened, although I will be very clear. I don't think it's cool to be texting a 13-year-old at any time for any reason, unless that's your family member and you have a reason to be texting them. But so freaking so what? My son got a text that Ammon should do the right thing, and I don't even talk to Ammon, and I think we're going to get more texts in the future. I think if you like misuse the 911 button or even the non-emergency line, you ought to have to pay more property taxes or something. This is the most paranoid freaking family.
My brothers and their families have already been getting. This is a far.
Okay, so this is what he's so concerned about. You could tell Dan McNeff raised this little wilting lily.
I'm concerned that we're going to start getting these death threats that my brothers and their families have already.
They're concerned that they might start getting a death threat. Now, just to remind y'all, we have seen evidence of 0 death threats. We have seen a lot of allegations of death threats. We've seen Dan McNeff claim he got 2 death threats. We've seen Ammon McNeff claim that they threatened him. They threatened his family. They threatened Josh Johnson. They threatened Amanda Baker. We've seen a lot of allegations of death threats. We've seen no proof. None. Not one single death threat proof. Not one. Never. Not one. They provide no proof. And now this is even more attenuated. This little bitch is, I mean, no offense, but kind of full offense. You're wasting everyone's time. We might get a death threat too. I want to put my name on the thing. We might get one too.
This is a far cry from a death threat, but it was instructing my 13-year-old son to do things that he's got no idea, what
So block the number and move on. Why was your son woken up? Can we ask the question why the son was sleeping at 9 o'clock in the morning on a Friday? He don't have school? Now I have questions. Does CPS need to get involved? Why was your son woken up at 9 o'clock in the morning by a text message and not in homeroom or second or third period? Why he wasn't at school? If he would have not had that phone, he's 13 years old. Why'd you give your 13-year-old a phone to sleep with next to his head at night to wake him up at any given moment? Why didn't you wake your kid up before 9 o'clock in the morning? I have some questions. Oh, it's summer? May 29th, school let out? Let me check. When do schools in Utah, let's go, Orem, Utah, let out for summer? Schools out here don't get out till June, middle of June. No school last day. Hold on. When is the last day of school for kids in Utah? May 21st. So he was out for the summer. That's how it is in Louisiana. But up here, it's like the middle of June before they out of school. Let me look. Orem, Utah. Friday, May 22nd. Okay. All right. So they were in summer break.
Sure.
And I know I can't control the online community.
No, you cannot. Mind your business. Or somebody drop a
I
house.
can't mitigate my brother's business or whatever they're doing. But when my kids are getting unsolicited texts and phone calls, that's where my concern comes in.
Sure.
Okay, so what do you want? What do you want, Dan? Matt. So he said, I asked Matt, my younger brother.
Something COO, whatever that stands for, of Bricks and Minifigs. I asked him what to do, and he said, well, call the Provo police because they've already got a open case.
Open case, Medina Dore, Miss Pig wrestler of 2016 or whatever the year was, 2012, 13.
Yes. So that's what I did.
So he called Medina Dore too. So Gabriel called on the behalf of his son.
Okay. Do you live in Orem or are you in Provo?
I live in Orem.
Okay. So this is, Orem Police Department. So it's going to be reported where you live. But as you said,
Okay.
there's no threat, right? It's just,
Hey, tell your uncle or tell your... Now, I just want to reiterate what this guy said earlier. I'm saying it's Gabriel, but girl, they might have a bunch of kids. They might have a bunch of sons. I don't know how many sons Dan McNeff had. I know one of them's name is Gabriel. So I'm assuming this is Gabriel. Could be another son I don't know about. I haven't done that much research into the family tree at all on that branch. But the number used to belong to the father. It used to be registered to the father, and then he gave the number to the son, and that's why the son's getting texts. So it's not like, it doesn't seem like they're even trying to say that somebody went out of their way to text this 13-year-old. It seems like he already admitted, like probably the guy was trying to get in touch, the person who texted was trying to get in touch with me, the dad. So again, don't text kids, but it's not like they even texted anything bad. It's not like they texted anything threatening. Again, don't text people's kids. Don't text people's kids, period. I don't care if you're telling them a happy birthday, unless that's your cousin or that's somebody you're related to. Just don't text people's kids. I would be freaked out if someone texted my 13-year-old. No doubt. I'm not trying to diminish that. But would I be so freaked out that I would call the cops? Like, especially considering the circumstances? No, I would just block every number that wasn't a known number to my child's phone, which you, as a parent, you have the right to do. If it's not a known number, you can block it. So just block the number. It's not like the person sent a picture. It's not like the person sent a threat at all, much less a death threat. They just said, tell Ammon to do the right thing. Or Lego is going to drop. We're going to drop you. They're going to not let you be associated with what anymore. Like somebody even said, like, drop is such an interesting word. Like, what does that mean, drop you? Like, it's almost like, it begs the question, is this even a legitimate text at all? Was it Ammon texting his own nephew from an unlisted number? I really don't know. I really don't know. Gabriel seems young to have a 13-year-old kid. Some people be having their kids real young. My parents are we're only like 20 years older than me. My mom is like 55.
pretty ambiguous. Like,
Girl, what is ambiguous?
but as you said,
Okay.
there's no threat, right? It's just pretty ambiguous. Like,
Ambiguous.
I don't know. And I don't know any of the situation that's going on, nor do I really need to.
Right.
But what I can do is document what you've told me. I can look at that phone number and see if it comes back to anything, but where you said it was like what did you say it was? It was just a unverified number or something?
It was, unverified number in his phone. I mean, it wasn't registered to anyone that he knew,
Oh,
if that makes sense.
Oh, okay. So it came through as the phone number, but it wasn't blocked or anything.
Right.
Okay.
And I've got the phone number, if you need that.
Yeah, I've got it here in my notes. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it.
So, most of my siblings have been getting messages on Facebook, Instagram. All of our socials have been attacked.
attacked! Attacked!
I started getting. I'm kind of the most distant out of my 7 siblings. Out of the 8 of us, I'm the most distant from the family, and so it took
So he's kind of estranged, it seems.
for people to find me, I
Mhm.
guess.
Yeah.
But I started getting messages on Facebook this morning.
Still, I'm waiting for any proof of a threat. I'm waiting for proof of an attack. I'm waiting for proof of harassment. Still, I have received absolutely none from anybody in this entire story, but who knows? We're only halfway through this call. Maybe it's coming.
And then obviously my son got this text. So from the pattern that we've seen, it just becomes an avalanche. You know?
Yeah, I would just put all of your social media on like very strict filters. And then anytime you get a number, you know, somebody that is trying to contact you, you can just block it.
Right.
Report it.
So lock down your social media and block the unknown numbers. What else do you want from the cops?
As spam in your phone. And that should take care of it in the future. So if they're trying to reach out repeatedly, it'll just send it into a ghost email or, you know, ghost account where nobody can see it unless you unblock the number. I mean, those are really kind of the main things you can do. But as far as law enforcement goes, there's not a lot that we can do. Especially, yeah, it has to be a legitimate threat to do. But as far as law enforcement goes, there's not a lot that we can do. Especially, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works. You can't say somebody's threatening you if nobody threatened you yet.
To be a legitimate threat. That would
One thing I can say, none of them are in Mensa. All right, I can guarantee you pretty much none of them are in Mensa.
Some serious concern. Not that this doesn't concern you, but the threat has to meet the threshold of saying, you know, I'm going to kill you or I'm going to mess you up. You know, something more specific versus just vague.
Now, this is prophetic. Because about 11 days would go by before Dan McNeff would be making a very similar call to the police department where he lives in Draper, Utah. And he would be saying exactly some similar things. And the cops would ultimately put out or close the case. He called and, oh, they shot out my window. Oh, they're on the trail with a gun, whatever. Well, the cops came, they investigated, they found no evidence of that. And in the police report, they closed the case and the cops said these were not threats. Dan was not threatened. There was nothing specific. The language that was used in the supposedly death threat email wasn't a threat at all. It doesn't rise to the statutory elements. The statutory elements are not met for threats specifically. I mean, goddamn, death threat. And the cop was just like, it was just vague. It wasn't specific enough. It doesn't rise to the level of specificity. Now, that was June 10th. This right here is May 29th, like 11 days before. Maybe 12 days before, like almost 2 weeks before, and Dan's little bitch ass son is being told the same thing. There's no threat. There's nothing specific here. What do you want me to do? What, like, even if I was going to be going, the cops, like, even, you know, I'm paraphrasing here, but like, if there's, what do you want him to do? Where is he supposed to go? He's supposed to what? Go hunt down Reckless Ben? How do you even know he had something to do with this? And even if he did, Reckless Ben's allowed to call. Reckless Ben's allowed to text somebody who he thinks has the phone number. Again, is Reckless Ben allowed to be reaching out to 13-year-olds? I mean, legally, probably yes. I personally would say just don't do that. But I don't have any reason to believe Reckless Ben sent these messages. This is after the first video, part 1, had already come out. There's nothing specific that's going on. Like, what is the cop even supposed to do? What's he even supposed to do? Okay, I can look up the number, but all they said was do the right thing. What's wrong with that? Like, what is the cop supposed to do? Oh, it's probably Josh McNeff. Thank you, Daybreak. He's about 40, not Gabriel. Okay. Could be Josh McNeff. I didn't know there was another McNeff. Thank you. So I'm catching straight. What's his name? Gabriel's catching strays. This ain't Gabriel. You saying it's Joshua? Okay, all right. I stand corrected. I don't know. I haven't really looked into the family tree of these people. I have not really looked into it. Only in passing. Okay, so again, the cop is like, what do you want me to freaking do?
Some serious concern. Not that this doesn't concern you, but the threat has to meet the threshold of saying, you know, I'm going to kill you or I'm going to mess you up. You know, something more specific versus just vague.
Right.
Yeah, and then I mean the other thing, as frustrating as it can be, is
Well, 8
to
siblings, yeah, but I don't know how many are women, how many are men, how many would be brothers, are there 3, are there 5, I don't know. I mean, I know some of y'all do know. I'm not trying to like really argue the point. I'm just trying to say I don't know. I don't know.
change your phone number. And I know that that's difficult. I think it's a lot easier for a 13-year-old to do that than it is for us as adults. But I mean, as a dad, I would want to keep my kid away from
For
anything.
sure. For sure.
So
No
if
doubt.
he's using a number that was registered to you previously, I would probably just change that. That's just a personal opinion. You can do what you want, but
Right.
Okay.
just trying to safeguard you there.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that you could do is you could look into some of these like identity theft protection companies. They can cloak a lot of contact information, and so then it goes in and it wipes everything that would be easily found on.
I will let y'all know Amanda Baker appears to have been doing that lately. Amanda Baker, I found a profile for her on like, 2 of those, maybe one was Radaris and one was like True People Search or whatever. And the crawler, it shows up, but when you click on it, it's like leads to a page that doesn't exist. So I do think a lot of the people involved in this story have been doing this, what the cop is suggesting.
Google, places where it's posted on the internet, things like that, so it can keep your identity, but more importantly, not just your identity, but your contact information away from people who would be looking for it. So there's a few different companies that you could use, but that's where I would suggest going if it starts to become an issue where it's like, holy cow, like my 13-year-old can't even look at his phone without having a new message or a phone call.
Okay, this cop is dramatic as hell. It was a few calls. He described it as like a few, like maybe 2, maybe 3, and 1 text message. And this cop is being so dramatic. I mean, these drama queens, they have to be in charge of protecting and serving. And now he's taken 2 or 3 calls, which again, I'm not going to continue belaboring the point. If I have a 13-year-old, I'm going to be aggravated and a little bit creeped out if people are texting the 13-year-old out of nowhere. But I'm going to set up my 13-year-old's phone such that those calls can't get through. Okay. So I'm not trying to say, oh, it's nothing to worry about. I understand the concern. What I don't understand is how this is a police problem. Like, block the number. Maybe give your kid their own actual number that isn't associated with you, or isn't not associated, but like wasn't your number previously. And also, hold on.
Starts to become an issue where it's like, holy cow.
Listen how dramatic this cop is over 2 calls, which are not threatening, and no one said anything on the calls. And 1 text message that said, tell Ammon to do the right thing. God bless.
Like my 13-year-old can't even look at his phone without having a new message or a
He
phone.
can't even look at his phone now without having a new message. Girl, maybe he needs to go play outside. I don't know. Maybe 13-year-olds don't need to have a phone no more. I mean, I don't know. It's like, it was 1 that got turned into my 13-year-old can't even look at the phone without having a new voicemail or a call. There was no voicemail ever left. These dramatic ass cops are not helping at all.
Call or a voicemail, things like that.
Okay. Well, hopefully they don't get too aggressive. But if they do, at least, we've got. Should I call the Laura Police Department then?
Yeah, let's keep calling more freaking cops. Let's keep calling more cops for no reason.
Well, it depends on what's going on, because if it's directed at you guys, then it needs to be reported where you live or where it occurs. And that's hard because when it's by phone or, if it's a cyber issue, then we just kind of resort to, well, where do you live? What city do you live in? But if there's a legit case that's going on that's being investigated by
As opposed to this not legit case that now this cop has wasted at least 11 minutes of taxpayer time on.
Provo, I would say you would need to contact that detective that's investigating it
Medina Dore.
and let him know what's going
Her.
on. Did your brother by chance give you a case number that Provo's working on?
No, what he said was that I know the police department or the Provo police have an active report going. And
That's Medina Lucas Gutierrez Jorgensen Dore.
take action because it involves a minor. That's what he told me.
Yeah. Well, that I mean, what you've told me today, that doesn't meet the threshold. So yeah, I think what we do is we document this. If it continues to get worse, then we'll go from there. And then if we need to, we can link the cases together with Provo, or Provo can
It's a RICO. It's a RICO. Someone's saying, hey, do the right thing, or else maybe there's going to be consequences with Lego. God bless. That's, oh, well, I got to link the cases. It's a RICO.
wrap it all up into one because it's dealing with the business. But I'll make that.
AC said, wait, he's estranged from his brother, but his brother told him to call and told him what to say. Isn't that interesting?
Once I know more about what's going on.
Okay.
And Provo, if I link the cases together, they'll be able to see it. And I don't know, when it was reported or who's investigating
Medina
it.
Dore.
Or how many
instances
there have been.
Well, I don't know how many instances there have been either, because they will call and report it if they get indigestion. They get indigestion and it's Ben's fault.
Of this in the past when it started, all that kind of stuff. So I'll have to dig into that a little bit. But if it comes down to it, I would think that because this is occurring more with your family than you, if it's more of a business issue than it is like a specific threat to you or your child or children, then we do that route. We go that Provo route because they're going to be able to have way more information and understanding about it. Whereas when you call in, you're just going to get the next officer that's available. And
yes, call and collude.
Always
all the McNeffs need to just keep colluding with Medina Dore.
A great thing because, like me, I don't have any background on it. Whereas, if you called Provo and they actually have an investigator on it, then they're going to have a lot more information and background understanding, and they can put the pieces together a little bit better than I can, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Well, let me document it. I'll see if I can find the Provo case. If I can, I'll link it. And then if it gets to that point, like I said, where you're getting a lot of these, give Provo a call and let them know it's in direct relation to what's...
Maybe try blocking and restricting unknown numbers from the phone. That'll be a very easy first step. It's almost like they're inviting this to come.
With your brother and his business.
Okay. Good deal. Thank you for calling.
Okay.
The heavy sigh. He's just like freaking Dan.
For today. So if you want to write this down or put it in a note on your phone or whatever, you've got it.
Okay. Again, shout out to Chris Reports Things for making that video available. Let's see. So that was on the 29th. There is one from the 30th, and then there's one from the 31st. I guess let's just go to the next one. Even though it's kind of longer than I wanted to do, I just want to go in order. So this one uploaded 4 hours ago. Bricks and Minifigs COO. Okay, so this is Matt McNeff. Reports threats, talks background of reckless Ben situation. Uh-oh. So this is 11:30 in the morning on May 30th. This is when the Reckless Ben video part 2 came out on YouTube. But someone did point out earlier in the in the live chat that the part 2 video had come out on the 21st on Patreon. So some people had already seen part 2 actually. This is on the 30th, May 30th.
Hi, this is Officer Martinez.
Yeah.
I'm calling about this threatening call. Can you kind of tell me what's going on? I understand.
All right, so now we got swing, batter, batter, swing, batter, batter. Next person up to the plate. First, first we had the day before, I believe Josh McNeff. I don't know which McNeff it was. One of the older brothers who's estranged, who called Hammond and Matt shady and said they were involved in shady stuff, and he doesn't agree with the stuff they do. Blah 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 blah. That really didn't get him anywhere. So now we have the next one up to bat. It's going to be Matt. Welcome to the stage, Matt McNeff. Let's see if you can actually provide any evidence that anything threatening ever happened to you people, ever.
There's a long history, I guess, with the brothers' business and stuff they're going through.
Yeah, so it's my brother and I have a franchise called Bricks and Minifigs that we run, and there was
A franchise they run. Is it the franchise enterprise or a franchise store? Interesting. But it is the enterprise.
up in Oregon with a former franchisee
Dispute.
who entered into
Crystal.
a consignment agreement unknown to the franchise that we didn't know about. Her contract was terminated for
They did know about it. Let's not lie to the cops.
payments and multiple other reasons.
No, that's not true. Her contract was terminated after she said that she was going to try to maybe sell the location. Let's not lie to the cops, Matt.
And in the ensuing weeks and months, a gentleman came in saying, "Hey, I had all this consigned stuff here," and we told him, "Look, we don't do consignment here at the store, but we're happy to take a look at any kind of records you have or anything going on." And he refused to provide any.
That's a lie. That is demonstrably false. That is a bold-faced lie. Please stop lying and giving false reports to the police, Matthew. That's a crime.
Document.
Innocent until proven guilty, but I think he ought to be prosecuted.
And he refused to cooperate with us.
That's not true. He obviously sent the inventory list, and he also got a lawyer, and y'all were the ones who didn't cooperate. And as you can see, these cops are taking notes. This cop's taking notes the whole time, writing these lies down. None of that's true. Every sentence out of the man's mouth so far has had either an obviously demonstrably false statement or a misleading at best statement. This is how they operate. They just lie. They're just liars.
Just kept demanding, that we pay him or give him product. This is Lego product. We tried to work with him to try to identify anything that could be
false. That's not true. Just lie, 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 lie.
He refused to work with us.
Lie.
And just continued to escalate and escalate and escalate this situation to the point where he eventually hired a YouTuber to go and harass.
This is another lie. He did not hire the YouTuber. Another lie. This is another lie. Ben did not harass anybody. Another lie. Again, Ben, he's been charged with some stuff. He's innocent till proven guilty. He's been charged, not convicted. Stalking, disorderly conduct, trespassing, not harassment. Never. He's never even been charged with it. Never been charged with it. He's also not being sued for harassment. So they just benefit from the lie that he's harassing them without ever having to actually prove that. So Matt McNeff, the fucking liar, at it again. Now remember, Matt McNeff is the same one that said, if you were to go back and look at the pictures from that night in the parking lot, there's no U-Haul. Obviously, that was a lie. There was a U-Haul there. Just lie. I hate a liar. I hate liars.
And harangued the store up there, and he literally sent somebody into the store at one point telling the staff that he was there to murder them. They called the police, got him out.
Another lie, another fake death threat. Has there ever been any proof of this? No. They just lie.
All that stuff, it has been insanity. And again, we have tried multiple times to work with him to say, all we need is to see the signed contract that you allege is there.
They saw it. They didn't care.
The receipts of what you have and haven't been paid for, and we will figure out how to make you whole. And
lie. That's not true. They said that they're not going to be cooperating.
Has refused to work with us.
False. You're the one that refused to work with him.
At one point, this YouTuber came to our office in Provo and said that if we paid him $200,000 that day, he would make all this go away. And we said that's extortion.
The cops did not get him for extortion. Again, Medina Dore explicitly stated there is no code for extortion, just more lies.
We don't even know who you are. You don't have any connection to this. What do you, why are you here? And he came back the following day. We called the police, had him trespassed. He then went on a crusade and campaign of harassing we've got 4 or 5 locations here in Utah.
Again, no harassment charges, no harassment lawsuit. They only claim harassment when it's to lie to the cops.
It's like 7 locations here in Utah, but he...
Or the public.
Went on a crusade between those and other states, like harassing the stores and the staff. The franchisee who took over that Oregon location lives in American Fork, and he ended up going to that man.
One of the owners of the location, Joshua Johnson, but the other one lives in Sandy. You're leaving that part out.
House multiple times. Eventually was arrested twice for stalking in American Fork. The whole time while he was filming and making this.
That's not true. He was arrested once for stalking. Again, they overinflate, they lie, they get it from their daddy.
Pseudo journalistic documentary that he, that's what he's claiming it is.
Yeah.
That is what it is.
He released that documentary on Friday, and our lives have been nothing but hell since then.
He tried to tell y'all that the documentary was coming out. Nobody wanted to listen.
Again, it's all been doctored. He's got, he has made it look as if we stole this man's life savings. He's hyperinflated the value of everything, saying it was $200,000.
He's leaving out the fact that Bricks and Minifigs official Instagram also must have hyperinflated because they said that that's how much it was worth, but okay.
When the man originally came into the store, he said he had $30,000 or it's like $40,000 worth of product there, which we have photo evidence of not being true. Like, we have evidence and videos and photos that the store didn't even have more than $30,000 worth of inventory for the entire.
This cop forgot to take his Adderall or what? It didn't kick in yet?
Store, not just speaking about Star Wars Lego collections, which this guy is claiming he had all this stuff there.
Yeah.
We have evidence that they had stated previously that they had moved all of the inventory that was his offsite because the store kept getting broken into. Their stories don't add up. It doesn't make sense, but they keep.
If anybody's story don't add up, it's the lying McNeffs.
Asking us and keep trying to harm us. Once this YouTuber released this video, we have been getting nonstop death threats. We've been getting nonstop
death threats for which they haven't provided a single, not one. They haven't provided a single evidence of a single death threat, by the way.
Harassment. Our franchisees are getting targeted harassment, review bombs. They are destroying people's lives and making it has been.
The thing about it is, you know who's destroying people's lives? The McNeffs. And that includes destroying their own lives. They are 100% responsible for all of this. And they could have 100% turned this in a different direction many, many times. They had many, many opportunities to turn this in a different direction. And not all of those opportunities involved paying out $200,000, by the way.
It has been a nightmare.
I do believe that.
We've been getting multiple death threats. This last one was pretty serious, where the guy sent a message to my wife on Facebook saying, "Smart that you don't have family photos or locations. Tell your piece of shit brother-in-law to give back that man his life savings, or give that man his life savings back, you rat." Then 3 emojis of a gun.
Are there gun emojis? I think they took them off.
And then he put a picture of my brother's Facebook profile with family members pulled up.
You got to stop making your Facebook pictures public. These are public pictures.
It shows my sister, 2 of my cousins, my wife, and then my brother's brother-in-law. And that my wife's having a pretty hard time right now. She's having a panic attack.
Well, she needs to pop a Xanax and realize she married into a lying family. Now, what I want to be very clear about, if this is even true, which I never saw evidence of it, Matt McNeff might have sent that message to his own self. I don't know. But please don't send messages to people's wives with 3 gun emojis. Obviously, that's a little far beyond the pale. Smart that you don't have pictures of your this and that and the other. I mean, it's rough. That's rough. It would definitely freak me out if I received a message such as that. But where's the proof? I mean, again, where's the proof? They never posted this proof anywhere. They never pursued charges against that person, but they want to pursue charges against Ben. You would think that he would want to pursue charge. You would think that he would be saying, hey, can you look into this person who sent this horrible message to my wife? No, they want him to look into the documentarian instead. That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. And calling somebody a rat ain't a threat. The only thing sort of threatening about that is the fact that they sent the gun emojis, if they actually did do that. And, you know, smart that you don't have your location listed. I'll be honest and say if somebody sent me something like that, that would seem like a threat. But Matt McNeff lies. I mean, he's a freaking liar. He's the one who said there was no U-Haul there when clearly there was. He has lied to this cop in demonstrable ways for the first part of this video. So now I just don't know if I can believe Matthew McNeff on anything he says, or any of these McNeffs. Seem like they all lie.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's been rough.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a link to basically upload screenshots of all that stuff so I can go through it. Let me work on this real quick. Are you ready to write down the... Go ahead, sorry.
Said all of them or just this one?
Whatever.
So the little sneaky little wife has been listening in on the whole thing, I guess.
If you haven't reported, well, basically I'm pretty much responsible for whatever you've received while you're in Orem, if that makes sense. So if you have some stuff that you haven't reported but want to attach it, everything helps. So screenshots of all the, I don't know how deep you can look into the Facebook account. This is through Facebook, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see their profile, but only what they put on public, so.
And
yeah, maybe y'all should learn a few lessons from that. Maybe make your profiles private.
I think a lot of these are just fake profiles that people have set up. And it's been crazy. You probably haven't seen the American Fork Police just put out a video last night.
Also full of lies. That was the ASMR cop, Cameron. They're so unconstitutional and grotesque over there, they do not know how to act.
Everything, because they've been like, this guy he's put out multiple videos alluding to the fact, or he's trying to say that the American Fork Police, our company, and the LDS Church are all colluding now in protecting our franchisee.
No, not your franchisee. You. He's not your franchisee. He's your franchise seller as well. You're leaving that part out, liar.
It's one big giant conspiracy. I mean, it's insanity. It's just rage.
Turns out all you have to do is say YouTuber and death threat and insanity a bunch of times, and apparently the cops start moving.
And clickbait, and he is causing significant serious harm. We've had a TRO issued against him, but they're having a hard time serving him because he's trying to elude being served.
Yeah.
So YouTube is basically saying they won't take the videos down until he gets served, and we have proof of service to him, which is making things difficult.
Yeah.
So,
am I sending this to a phone number or an email to get all the stuff sent to me?
Like, I'm
It's
bored.
just a
He's
link
like,
where you can upload stuff.
phone number's fine.
Am I doing the phone number I called?
That's my wife's phone number, but that's fine. Yeah.
so it's the wife's phone he called. None of these wives can answer their own phones.
And on uploading it? Or...
True. Good point, Thumb. Ben is the one avoiding being served when it's Josh the one that wouldn't actually take service? Okay, got it.
My wife.
How do you spell her first name? What about last name? Is it?
Yep.
What's her birthday? Oh gosh, sorry. This thing has a weird way to put the date of birth.
Yeah. And
go ahead.
It should be so. People have been circulating my brother's address and pictures of his home online.
The address is public. He made the address public in public filings. He circulated the address. Your brother circulated the address.
I don't know if that needs to be taken more seriously or whatnot, but like there's like even last night on the American Fork Police channel, their YouTube channel, somebody was posting, address information for one of the franchisees who took over the Salem.
So now he's calling the Orem police to bitch about the American Fork Police Department's Facebook page, and the American Fork Police Department is the one that has the option to remove someone's address from their Facebook or their YouTube page, but he's calling Orem. I don't know, maybe that needs to be taken more seriously. Then, bitch, call American Fork Police. Why are you on the phone with Orem?
And I flagged that, but like they're starting to share private information. I know our address isn't listed on Facebook, but it's not that hard to find.
No, because it's not private information. It sucks. Don't get me wrong. I hate it. Everybody's address is findable on Google. Everybody's address is findable on Google. It's not private information. Just sharing someone's address is not a crime. It's a crime if you say, hey, people, go over here, or if you show up, or if you make some type of direct action toward someone living at the address. It's like these freaking idiots try to act like they know the law, and they don't, and then they try to push and bully the cops to do something when there's no really even jurisdiction at this point. Oh, they said a mean comment about my address on American Fork Police Facebook. Humph. Okay, why are you talking to Orem Police about that? These people are paranoid.
It just makes us very nervous where this guy is spewing false information. He's being inflammatory and bombastic.
It's so interesting that these proved liars get so mad at other people for spewing false information, but can't even point to what exactly was false. Did you notice that as well? They say, oh, he doctored the information and made it look like things were happening that weren't happening, but he doesn't even point to what. He doesn't say what specifically was false. He doesn't, the 200,000 number. Okay, so somebody overvalued Legos and you're calling the cops over it?
And like, again, we feel like we've tried the whole way through to do the right thing here and had just been stonewalled by that guy who claims that his collection was stolen.
More lies.
And yet everybody
they weren't stonewalled. They're the ones that stonewalled. It's just astonishing to me. I really think these people need to be arrested and prosecuted and go to trial for lying so much to the cops.
Story that they're being told is
in like a half dozen jurisdictions.
Are these monsters and need to be taken out. People are referencing Luigi Mangione. Like there's all sorts of things that are like happening. We're going, hey, like this has got to slow down.
What, remind me, do you know the title of the video on YouTube? I'd like to include that link.
He's like, I want to watch it when I get off work.
The YouTube creator is
the police are sorry, just.
Oh, are you talking? The American Fork Police Department also did their video. Which one are you talking about, though? I guess.
This. Oh, I see his channel 2 hours ago. I'm looking for that documentary he said that he just released.
He released it it was Thursday of last week. Let's see if I can pull it up. Not that yeah.
Thursday last week, and it's now Saturday. That's over a week ago.
For some reason, my computer's freezing.
Yeah, probably the Lord being like, this is live.
I think that was the first one.
My goodness, he's done so much stuff. It's insane.
And, on that kind of made the consignment complaint, correct?
He's threatening us this morning. The one who made the consignment complaint.
Where's he from? Is he
Salem, Oregon?
So I guess he's talking about Brian Mansell at this point.
Do you guys have all of his information throughout all this, or?
Yeah, I can get you. I have his address. I don't know if I have his phone number.
Do you have an ID or birthday as well, or?
Yeah, I've got his driver's license.
I'll take that when you get it.
Yeah, I'll get you a screenshot of that.
The cop is playing Ben's video in real time.
Is it the hour and 25-minute
Yeah.
video? I tracked down
Yes.
the thief who stole 200.
Yes. And frankly, the American Fork Police video does a very good job of calling out his BS. And
Well, they lie. The American Fork Police lies, and it's probably because they already know they did some unconstitutional shit, and they're trying to cover their ass already.
Very calmly and factually stating that he's fabricating multiple facts in this case.
Are you saying a video? Who put out the American Fork video? What do you mean by that?
The American
Fork Police Department put out a video last
and
night.
the way Matt was like, the American Fork Police Department chief very calmly called out some of those lies. And it's like, yeah, the ASMR voice, you couldn't even hear what the man was saying. You had to turn your TV or your device all the way up. You had to hold it to your ear to even hear it. But apparently that's a thing that Mormons do. It's called Mormon voice. And when they're in the temple or in the church testifying or, trying to tell somebody what to do, they use a very calm voice. And apparently that's supposed to show that they have a lot of control over their emotions. And apparently that's supposed to convey some type of authority. And it's interesting to me that Matt is pointing out he used a calm voice. Like, you couldn't hear him. You couldn't hear the freaking guy. Give me somebody a little bit loud. Give me somebody a little bit animated. At least you then know that they're passionate.
Refuting a lot of his about the arrests and what happened with him
On their Facebook?
On their YouTube. Apparently, the American Fork Police Department has a YouTube channel.
Okay, I'll try and find that then.
Listen to her whispering. Bitch, we can hear you, ma'am.
Apparently, the American Fork Police Department has a YouTube channel.
Okay, I'll try and find that then.
Listen. Can't tell what he's saying. Wait, is that the wife whispering, or is that Chief Cameron's video started auto-playing? Womp womp.
Do you know if you got that link that I sent?
Let me see. Yes, we got the link.
Okay. And do you know all this YouTuber's information?
I have a lot of it. I know, again, our attorney, I'm sure I can find most all of it. I don't know if we have, again, a phone number, but I might be able to find all of it.
So just let me know what you can give me now, and then once I get those screenshots, I can kind of look deeper and see what I can see and go from there.
Jody, this is a good point. He gave the cop Brian's address and driver's license, but not a number? Right. It's almost like he doesn't want to make it easy for the cop to just make a quick call to Brian Mansell and get his side of things. Because maybe Matt knows his story would start falling apart? Good point.
I can send you, I know I've got his email address for sure.
Email address for who now?
Ben.
Okay.
Give me one sec. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Oh man, there's so much. Where's that? Okay, so his email address.
Yeah, they're little bitches. Satan whispered.
Go ahead.
At Gmail?
At Gmail, yeah.
And then what was the other one? For who?
My last name means crow, and I think that's because my people were psychic, but that's just an opinion. I think we were the sages and the seers. I really do.
And then the first email, it's
Yeah.
Can you go over that spelling one more time?
Yeah.
This is all redacted, by the way. I didn't redact it. I'm just watching it off the YouTube channel. Let me like the video.
Anything else you can give me right now while we're on the phone?
Yeah, I know the Provo Police Department has an active case file going again, especially with some of the very...
Okay, so yesterday, the first brother, he mentioned the Provo case. Now we got this other brother, Matt. He's mentioning the Provo case. Joshua Johnson, back in March, mentioned the Provo case. Eamon McNeff mentions the Provo case. And that's Miss Pig wrestling in the mud with the swine, Medina Dore.
Serious threats that have been made against my brother and his personal information being shared. We're constantly getting our phones, you know, he's been getting hundreds of phone calls a day, but
hundreds of phone calls a day. Let me see the proof.
That I'm getting something, and my wife is...
He's not saying how many. He got something. He got something, and his wife got something. But he doesn't say what it is. Here's your chance, Matt. Here's your moment to report it to the cops. I got something.
I know the FBI and was it the Postal Services investigation unit. I forget what that's called. Both have active cases, and they're working with the...
Oh, the FBI has an active case. Oh, the FBI. Now we're being told that the FBI is investigating Reckless Ben for making a video. Got it.
U.S. Attorney General's office for criminal charges. The DA here in Utah County is asking for the Provo Police Department to send him the case file to start pursuing criminal charges.
Medina's going to do that. She's also going to lie to a judge, or she already has. She's already lied to a judge about probable cause.
And we have filed a civil RICO case here in the 4th District Court.
So why isn't the cop saying, this is a civil issue? Keep it civil. Let's keep the civil issue civil. It's like only Ben gets that treatment. Got it.
The TRO was granted. Mm-hmm. And that's because there's evidence that we've provided to the court, and that they've frankly recorded for themselves where they're paying people to harass and to commit crimes and to do all sorts.
Not true. None of the people got charged with crimes. None of the people are facing criminal charges. The only person facing anything criminal is Ben. So again, this is a false allegation of other people, like third, fourth party, fourth hand information. Oh, they're paying other people to commit crimes, but nobody has been charged with crimes of these other people. Got it.
So that's why
just
the
a liar.
RICO side of it came in.
Yeah. Are you ready to write down a name and case number?
Yeah, I got.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, she knows. Okay, go ahead.
So this case number is going to be 26OR, like Orem, and then 10664.
10664.
Yeah, and I'm Officer Martinez.
Okay.
I'm going to relate a case number from Provo that I found regarding all this.
Here comes Medina Dore's case number, the lying liar who likes rolling around in the mud with pigs and having 2 husbands before she turns 35.
When it does mention that it's getting forwarded to like the Utah County attorneys and FBI for
now it's the
all
FBI,
this, so.
girl. Please.
When this goes up, they'll kind of see the gravity of it and where it's kind of been going on that end.
Right. If we just keep calling the cops and like lying a whole lot, eventually the FBI gets involved. But I hope the FBI does start to unravel and untangle the web of lies.
Okay.
And then do we know? Okay. So I have him. Today or recently, and then I'll see whatever else you send me, and then I have you. Anything else you think that'll be helpful right now? Obviously, I'll reach out if I have some questions about some things, but
no, I mean, if like, I'm happy to provide any kind of evidence you guys need. If you need more information,
Yeah, if you have evidence, that'd be great. Because so far, we can't trust you on your word for sure, because you lie.
details on like our side of communications to Mansell, where we've been making offers like to try to help like solve this from the get-go.
Lie.
Like, I'm happy to provide anything you guys need from that side. It feels to me like this has not been about the Lego or even the money. Like, this is speculation on my part. I feel like the former franchisee Crystal Law, who I've not said anything about at this point, but Crystal Law, I think she was angry when we terminated her franchise.
Yeah, anybody would be. Anybody would be. It would be very unusual and strange, perhaps even psychopathic, if Crystal Law or whoever in that situation wasn't upset. She got no notice, a few hours notice, and y'all took her pretty much life savings because she just asked if she what the process would be if she wanted to sell the franchise. And y'all, in my opinion, stole her business from her, in my opinion.
And I think that she's been colluding with to
probably Brian
essentially try to harm the brand.
Well, that's a civil matter. Colluding to harm your brand is a civil matter. So why are you calling the cops, bitch?
Harm us directly. And
her bird,
in my
and the
opinion,
bird.
this has very little to do with the actual inventory. I actually believe that they have all that inventory they're claiming is missing.
He's lying. They don't have all the inventory they claim is missing. That's a lie.
And I have some potential evidence to back that up. But
kind of like the evidence there was no U-Haul there whenever there was obviously a U-Haul there, you lying liar.
Anyway, I feel like this has been a targeted smear campaign and a takedown.
Even if it's a targeted smear campaign and a takedown, that's not a crime. So why are you calling the cops?
And has nothing to do with what they're claiming it is.
Yeah, could be. So like I said, anything you want to put in that link.
So what's the crime?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't cost me anything the more you put in. So whatever you want on there for paper trail purposes and stuff like that, that's fine. So.
This cop is over it. He's ready to go watch the video.
What I'm trying to think where you're at. Okay, go ahead.
If my wife sends me that link, can I send stuff from my phone as well, and will that be problematic, or does it all need to come from her phone?
I can send you another link because I think once you upload one thing, I don't think another person can be sent it, if that makes sense. So let me just send you.
Okay, so it needs to be multiple things. Like, if we have multiple screenshots, it needs to be done at the same time.
You want to get everything together and ready, and then upload it at once, if that makes sense. But I don't think I don't think the first link I sent can be shared with another number and then be accessed. I'm not sure, so I would just rather send another link to another number, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense.
Okay, let me just get this created real quick.
Okay.
Creator. So let me get this.
Am I putting your name down for this one?
Oh, create. He's gonna create the link. Okay. Created.
What number do you want me to send this one to? Okay, I'm still filling it out.
She's still yapping.
I see a number for you, and that no longer.
No, that's no longer my number. That's my parents' old house phone number.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I just sent that. So just try and get everything. And then if you end up needing another one for whatever reason, either because you downloaded too much stuff, I don't know if that's possible, or you forgot to add something, just contact us and we'll get it sent back or another one sent to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Anything else right now?
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
If you guys see, I don't know what your address.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that whole exact spot looks like, but I'll drive over there. But what I'm getting at is if you see any suspicious vehicles or anyone knocking at your door who you're not familiar with, anything that you don't feel comfortable addressing or you feel could be a threat, just call us and have us make contact with whatever vehicle, whatever person, and then we'll try and figure it out at that time.
Is it best to call the non-emergency number at that point?
It kind of depends. If it in time of day, if it's something I would say if it's something at night and you've seen some activity surrounding it, and you received a recent threat, something that kind of would escalate it from a normal kind of suspicion.
Okay, so yesterday a cop told that other McNeff brother, hey, this wasn't a threat. You're wasting my time. I mean, that's paraphrase. And now this cop is doing it too. This is not a threat, but if you actually get a threat, I guess call the cops.
Thing, then I would just call 911. But if it's like a car that's been there for a while, it could be a
911 call a day keeps the reckless Ben away.
private investigator or something like that. Maybe call the non-emergency. But I would just say use your best judgment.
Okay, bitch, that was so annoying. Hold on. Let me see if there's been anything filed in the case today. Now, there's 2 more other videos posted on that channel, Chris Reports Things. Major shout out to him. Thank you to him. Y'all go over there and subscribe. Who knows what else he's going to be putting up. Let me check out the court case for the BAM. Franchising versus Ben and Brian Mansell. Probably nothing going to be filed if I had to go. Yeah, nothing. Nothing new. I do want to see if my case has been dismissed. It's like starting to be time for like the appeals court to like make a decision. Looks like no, they haven't done anything on it yet. Okay, so yeah, all right. That was like basically, that was the main, yeah, he has a journalism degree. Shout out to him. That was the main thing that I wanted to talk to y'all about today was the Brandon Best stuff. I do think that I found some stuff that nobody's been talking about. The things that I found to be particularly interesting are the fact that this Jacque in Butler Living Trust owns the house that Brandon has used in filings for like Baker Bricks. Baker Bricks is the plaintiff, one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit against Brian Mansell and Reckless Ben and Victor and all them. I also found it to be very interesting that this Jacque Butler lady appears to have background experience in some vastly different fields, including anti-aging specialty medication pharmacy and one of the biggest au pair networks in the country, specifically during a time when one of them went to jail for manslaughter. That was very interesting. Did I see that Josh Johnson is related to Joseph Smith? Oh my God, yes. Thank you for the $1.99. Y'all go see over there on thebamab.com. It's insane. Thebamab.com has apparently gotten themselves an Ancestry.com membership, girl, because the genealogy research going on over there is insane. I do need to get off of here, though, for now, because I got to come back over here and do the David case in a few hours. Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you to Kitty for the $5 super chat. Never get tired of digging. The rabbit hole goes deep. I can keep digging, I promise. Indeed. Thank you to Scott for the 250 gems. Thank you to Big Black Dog for the $1.99. Cousin Sheldon is going to be covering the new body cam. Oh, at 2:45. Okay, good. Central. 2:45 Central. Oh, is that like right now? Is he live now? No. 3:45 my time. So it's like in an hour and 45 minutes ish, 40 minutes. Thank you for the $1.99. And y'all go check out Sheldon's channel. He's going to be going over the body cam. Thank you to Rebecca for the 30 gems and flour. Thank you to Mandy for the makeup brush. Thank you to That Came Out Wrong for the $5. Have I looked into Payron Strategic Communications, possibly the same office in Boise as Driven? I've looked into Payron, but not the Central Communications Company. No, maybe I should look into that. Thank you, Dream Sigils, for the $2 super chat. Excited for the documentary. Thanks for being so awesome. Yes, I have a Dan McNeff lying about death threats documentary coming out tomorrow. Thank you, Katie Lynn, for the $5. If Gabe has nothing to do with BAM, why is he at the Provo Police Department with Ammon, and why is he listed on BAM's LLC filings in Kentucky? Oh, boop, boop. I'll have to look that up. Oh my God, I have so much stuff to look up after this live stream. I don't know if Gabriel was the one who called or Josh. Somebody was saying it was Joshua McNeff. Thank you to Pearl for the 10 gems gold coin. Thank you to Veronica for the 10 gems gold coin. Thank you to Upset Warthog for the £2. Gabriel gets his enthusiasm from his father. Might have been Josh. Thank you to Zero for the $5 super chat. There's a lot of we talk for someone who doesn't talk to his brother. Yeah, that was the brother, that first call we listened to, right? Thank you, Rose, for the $1.99. Ammon didn't have jurisdiction for trespassing from common SPCCRs. Huh? Girl, it's too many acronyms. What you talking about? Thank you for the $1.99. Thank you to Jade for the 10 gems gold coin. Thank you to Yvette for the 6 gems makeup brush. Thank you to Julie for the $4.99. OMG, the lengths these people will go. Seriously. Thank you to A Unique Soul for the 2 gem silver star. And thank you to Digital Hippie for the 10 gems press F for some reason. I don't know if I'm getting like the things how y'all are seeing it in this back end thing. Today's the first live that I ever saw those gems showing up. So shout out to that. I'm going to be back on here a little bit later for updates on the David case. Okay, we're going to switch gears for the first time on this channel in a long time. And we got to talk about the David case. The preliminary hearing was today, so y'all get your David hat on. And we're going to talk about that a little later. Ammon didn't have jurisdiction to trespass Ben from the office because it's a common area. Oh, gotcha. Right. So how is it trespass staying longer than wanted? Okay. I hope Ben and them argue that. All right, I'll see y'all later for the D4VD case. Thank you to everybody that came through, and we'll talk about that a little later, and maybe tomorrow or the next day or whatever. We're going to be talking about maybe more of this body cam. Go check out Sheldon Norcross's channel. He'll be going over the body cam. And actually, it looks like Lus is live, so I'll send y'all over there. Lus is actually watching the body cam video right now. His title is Leaked. Leaked body cam. Oh, congratulations to me on the 20,000. Did I already say that? I'm going to send y'all over there to Lus's channel. Let him know that I sent you. Let him know I sent you. Give him a like. If he lets me. I'm saying I'm going to send y'all over there. Let's see. LUS. Yeah, it's let me. Leaked body cam footage of Amon McNeff. Lawyer reacts. Okay, so y'all are getting sent over there. Let Lus know I sent you, and I'll see y'all a little later this afternoon. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Please don't contact anybody mentioned in this video. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. See you soon. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.